YouTube, it's Brian Phillips. We've got the BF-110. It's a Messerschmitt that's made by Dynam. We hope it flies good. We'll let you stick around and watch the build if you're really into that sort of thing. It's long and exciting. At the very end, I'll give you some setup stuff that I did for the flaps, which was a little bit more challenging than on a Spectrum, probably because I'm doing something wrong. But you can see I've got that. We have stabilization, we have none, and we have auto leveling as well, which is pretty sweet. We also have our expo set in here. That was part of the build. I suppose we'll just kind of give ourselves a long run up because we don't know if these berms are going to be our friend or our worst nightmare today. You'll notice we have snow. Yep, that's bigger than the plane. So I'm going to have to land on the runway today. Should be no big deal. Throttle cuts off. Takeoff flaps deployed. Okay. I'm going to stay here and I'll take off. The wind is calm. You ready?
Yeah.
Oh, she's off and going. Really, really pretty.
Wow.
There's the gear. We are not in auto leveling, by the way. Plenty of yaw authority. We were concerned about that. Sticky on the yaw controls. That's why I made that turn the way I did, out of self-preservation. Boy, it flies good with the, it flies good with our settings. Look at that evil eye flashing at us. Oh, that thing looks great. It's flying really rock solid, almost. Oh boy, look at that green light. Awesome. That is a lot of geese.
Yes, it is.
Takeoff flaps coming in. I feel like our gyro is way too high. That's really pretty. Okay, coming overhead here. It's got a lot of power. About 50%, 60% right now, just going around in circles. It's very tame feeling, but the elevator is somewhat unresponsive, mostly because we have a lot of gyro going on here. The red flashing light is a lot less bad than I thought. This thing likes the takeoff flaps a lot. Let's try a pass with landing flaps. Okay, I'm gonna get over the tree line in case it does something weird. There we go. Oh, gorgeous. Gorgeous, slows down gorgeously. Really riding the elevator now. I don't know if you guys can see that. Kind of holding back on the stick. See how it ballooned a little bit? That was because I got out of my takeoff landing flap configuration. It's not as bad to see as I thought it was going to be. The precision control that I want it to be is maybe not so much. I'm going to actually try it without the gyro now. Okay, out of the gyro. The thing is rock solid right now, geez. No gyro at all. I'm in the middle setting, which is nothing. Watch yourself. Looks so good. That's a no flap pass, obviously, there. Thing that sucks about this rudder is it's sticky. About 50% throttle here, takeoff flaps going in. That thing looks good when you coordinate your turns. Not enough authority on the elevator to impact change the way I want. Okay, coming in for a landing flap. Man, that thing with gyro off, it just feels solid, really.
It didn't hardly even look any different.
No, it doesn't. Okay, out of the landing flaps. It's really pretty, guys. I just don't feel very in control. I feel like I'm giving a suggestion. And you see I got to kind of pull back and then it kind of like changes its heading. It just farted at me. Was that a timer, you think? Okay, here we go. See that evasive maneuver was not much of an evasive maneuver. It's just kind of like a correction within the elevator control axis. I felt like maybe it was the sticky elevator kind of releasing a little bit. It's beeping at me about something. Here's full throttle. Kind of vibrating a little bit, so I'm gonna back off just a hair. Okay, want you on the inside just in case something goes wrong. There you go, perfect. Okay, yawing it down. Doors open, did you notice? There's my beeper. Okay, I gotta respect the warning. Okay, you stay where you are if you could, please. Yep. Gotta reach for a weird spot for my gear. Whoa, that was weird. A lot of pitch down when those gear came down. Oh no, that was my landing flaps. Whoa, buddy, what the heck was that? Okay, into my stabilizer again. Okay, you good?
Yes.
I need you to not go toward the runway again.
Okay.
Please come back. Thank you. As usual, I have to now explain what I just said to the camera crew. I cannot see her and she cannot see me, but I need to know where she is in case I have to crash. So it's a self-preservation thing. Okay, take off landing flaps. There you go. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! She's down. Did that wheel just come off at the end? Let's go see. That was the landing, that was the tail dragger.
Yeah.
The tail dragger is still in place, but the wheel came off and shot forward into the snow.
Yep.
Okay, so might as well go ahead and get straight into the review part. Let's take a look. Yep, there's the wheel, camera crew. Could you help me out, please?
Yes.
See that black thing? That's the other thing we gotta grab.
Oh,
see it? Perfect. So, one
on.
thing that I struggle with on this plane, you guys see what happened? There's a little keeper. It's almost like a nut, if you will. Throttle cut is on, by the way. Okay, so that's the wheel. And then this little keeper goes on there. No big deal, that'd be super easy to fix. We just gotta throw a little drip of CA or something. Actually, that's rubber, guys. That's rubber, it's like an O-ring. So, initial thoughts. Beautiful plane, definitely gorgeous landing gear that didn't quite make it down. Let's see why. Oh, feels like maybe it's a little bit cattywampus there. I didn't get a real great landing. Yeah, there we go. So the reason I didn't get a really great landing, I'm gonna show you right now. Elevator, do you see what's happening to that?
Is it sticking?
It's just sticky. It's just enough sticky that you can't get the precision that you want, and the stabilizer's doing its very best. I feel like the stabilizer and the receiver's doing a great job. Shut the stabilizer off, still doing a really good job flying, but it's just like when you're going in a straight line, the thing is gorgeous. It's just like looks rock solid and it feels rock solid. But then when you go to change your pitch angle, it's kind of like, you know, I felt like I was riding like this all the time. I was riding it like this, almost like I need to trim, but then if I would have trimmed, it would have been problematic. So look what happens when I do my takeoff flaps. Then I do my landing flaps, okay? It just was I don't have a delay on the elevator correction. So when I deploy the landing flaps, it's an immediate downward, but then it catches up. So if I did a fast acting flap, it might help correct some of that tendency.
And is it sticky, or is the servo just not powerful enough to make the change?
It's possible. It's possible. Let's look at these geese for a second. Jeez, there's a bunch of them.
They seem a little late.
Oh, by the way, we saw 2 bald eagles earlier today.
Well, 3 actually.
Actually, we saw 3,
One
but
in
there
the
was
tree.
2 in our
Right over the yard.
little neighborhood. Man, that's a lot of them.
Yeah, it is.
So pretty.
So
Anyway,
loud.
so the reason we paused is because those guys are loud. Where was I going?
Well, we were talking about the elevator.
The elevator is too weak and underpowered, and it's not just that it's not powerful enough, it's that it's not torquey. It needs more torque and it needs a little bit more power. I would say just basically, instead of a 9-gram servo, you could go up to like, I don't know, maybe a 13-gram servo, like a Metal Gear 13-gram. And it just depends on the manufacturer. Some of them still call them a 9-gram servo because they're in a 9-gram case. But you could probably get away with a 9-gram servo, and you would have enough torque to overwhelm some of the mechanical indisparities. Let's call them, you know, like watch the rudder. Oops, sorry. I don't know if you can tell, but I felt like it was bending the fuse a little bit last night. Doesn't seem to be doing that quite so much. But I just felt like some of the mechanical issues on the tail of this plane make the controls a lot worse than they could be. And if somebody was motivated to make this thing fly good, which to be honest, if you buy this and it's a project plane and you know it going in, you're gonna be happy because it's a very nice looking plane. It's very good flying. It's got plenty of power. You can do 40 to 50% throttle all day long. Well, however long it flies, which it wasn't a very long flight. I was a little bit disappointed about that. But Dynam, if you're listening, which I'm sure you're not, you need to figure out, at least for the elevator and rudder, you need to get us some bigger servos. I mean, you can do plastic gear servos if you go up to like a 20-gram servo, but you need something that's stronger, because I feel like we're just getting bogged down because it's sticky. The ailerons are great. You have no problems with roll authority whatsoever. It's very precise and robust. You have plenty to do what you need to do. You can definitely jack that thing out of the way. It'll do what you need. But then when you go to do a coordinated turn, you want those rudders to be responsive. And look what happens to mine. There's right, there's left, there's right. It's just, look at the wheel. Right, left, right, left. So what's happening is I do have some yaw authority from the wheel, and that's it. You know, as far as I'm concerned, these tail feathers here, you might as well just tape them square and not even hook up the linkage. Disconnect the other linkage and just tape some clear piece of plastic on there. And then you'll have better yaw control on this plane anyway, and it'll still look beautiful. Would I buy it again? No. Here's why. Because it was so horrible to put together, and I don't want a project plane. But, and when I say a project plane, I mean, for instance, the Vampire from Hobby King was a project plane of mine, and I got that thing flying great, and it died in that tree back there in the Vampire killing zone. And I love that plane, and it was gorgeous. And I spent a ton of time on it, and it became one of my favorite flying planes. It was so fun, it was so forgiving, it sounded like a vacuum cleaner. That was a bad thing. But it was a great plane. This could be your great plane, but I'm not looking for that style of plane right now myself. I'm looking for planes that I can put together and fly, that come out of the box more or less ready to go, that are in, you know, moderately expensive. I don't want to be spending $1,000 on a plane. I want to be spending 300 bucks on a plane. I don't want to necessarily, I'm not saying I can't go out and anything over 100 is out of the budget, but this thing, by the time you buy this, you're going to be into it for a project. So that's what I'm saying. I'm helping you to classify this decision because I've flown a bunch of them. That being said, the DC-3 or the C-47 is phenomenal. It flies great. Once you get it together, it's gorgeous, but it doesn't have retracts and it doesn't have flaps. So it's a much simpler plane. That being said, if you get that in the bind and fly configuration and you pick up one of these DT9s, you're going to be happy. If you get that as a plug and fly and you put in your own Spectrum receiver or your own Futaba receiver, you can be very happy with it. They're also about 1.5 meters. That's a 1470 millimeters. So it's just slightly smaller. I feel like that one's a little bit stronger too. The wing is stronger when it's all done. That too is an annoying, horrible pain in the butt to put together. So this plane is definitely better looking. It's more feature equipped. I feel like it comes with spare props just like the C-47. I feel like the C-47 is an all-around better plane. It's executed better, but it's also even more frustrating to build. So for what it's worth, guys, that's my more than 2 cents. That's like $3.50 worth. I hope you liked it. I hope you liked the video. I hope you don't watch the whole build, but if you do, more power to you. if you want to watch the build, if you're really, what you're looking for is the radio setup and things like that, just go to the end and you can see it. You'll see everything you need to see. Otherwise, you're just going to see me frustrated at this thing. And it is really a pretty plane. If this thing is going to be wall art in your house, it's probably worth it then. Definitely good. Because the problems with the rudder servo and the elevator servo, they aren't going to be a factor. And if you're new to flying, do not buy this one. Don't do it. You're pissing in the wind. You're going to throw 300 bucks in a garbage can. That being said, it's actually not hard to fly, but it's way too complicated for a first-time flyer. They say skill level 2, and that definitely, whatever that means, they mean it. Camera crew, what are your thoughts? This was a real pain for both of us.
It was a tough build.
She kind of hated it.
I kind of did.
But
I don't hate the plane.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's very cool. The plane has a lot of cool details.
If I would have gone in the basement and built it, what would you have thought?
A lot better.
Exactly. No, but she's stuck helping me film. And so we both have that experience. And she's experienced a lot of different planes that we've spent a lot more time on. Like, for instance, the Airbus A380. We both spent a lot of time on that. But it was kind of like, you know, it was kind of like a glutton for punishment project. We just kept adding detail. And we got that thing flying pretty good. But I didn't hate that project. This one was like, I just want it to be done.
Yeah.
It's like 5 hours in and you're like, this thing is just...
You're like, no, we're not even halfway there yet.
And I say all that, and then I say, is this an okay plane? Yeah, absolutely. It's a pretty good plane. If you're in the market for a $300 plane, that's a small project. And when I say small, I mean a guy on his own that's not dragging his wife into filming him would probably be able to put this together in an afternoon. It would be somewhat frustrating, but it's gonna be a lot less frustrating because you can have a bottle of beer or 6. You can be listening to music or whatever it is you drink, like water or alcohol, whatever. I mean, whatever you do, I'm sure you would enjoy it more than we did because we were filming it. I can't even turn on the radio. So it's like, it's a different situation. But then let's talk about the flying. The flying can easily be resolved by a couple of servos. You probably got 30 bucks and 2 high quality servos and you're golden. You don't have to use the Dynam receiver. I don't feel like that's anything special, especially great in this application. But if you want to buy it all from BitGo Hobby, we have links below. And I know BitGo Hobby's probably cringing at this review, but too bad. They want feedback so that they can give it to Dynam, because Dynam is trying to be responsive to its customers' needs. So I'm going to give them credit for it. If they want feedback, they're going to get it. Is this a good plane? Yes. Is it good for me? No.
Right. So
that's kind of how I put it. Is it garbage? Absolutely not. No. I've had garbage planes. This is not one of them. This is a good plane. It can be well built. And plus, like, you know, like this seam here, you know, if you knew you were building this thing to keep it and you wanted to really make it what you wanted, I mean, all it takes is a 5-minute epoxy here and you got a robust, strong wing, okay? You could even do some toothpicks, or not toothpicks, but probably more like bamboo skewers. And you could resolve this little bit, okay? It flies great, provided you can get some servos in there that are effective.
Yeah. In the right application, it's
and if
a cool plane.
If your decal doesn't rip up like mine, I think you'll have a generally better experience too. Because that was one thing that was kind of like a thorn in our side, because you do have to get in and out of there to put your batteries in. When you first get this, you'll be like, why didn't the nose come installed? That seems weird. Well, you'll get it because the battery goes in there.
Yeah.
We're flying this, by the way, on a 2200 4S Spectrum Smart Pack. It's 30C. Worked really good. We got a little voltage alarm on there. We probably could have gone a little bit longer. I didn't pay close attention to the timer.
I think you were right around 5 minutes, actually.
Yeah. So 5 minutes of flight time on a 4S 4000 or 4S 2200 is good, but you're not getting anything more than 2200 in there because the Smart Packs are small, and this thing is everything it can do to swallow that thing up. So that being said, I'm going to close by opening the gear and then closing the gear. Did they close?
Yeah, they did.
Really cool assemblies. I feel like it's not a swing and a miss. It's just a swing and a foul ball, okay? And they're working on that home run and they're just not quite there, okay? But it's not a bad plane. I would tell you if it was. It's a good plane. It's just good in the right spot.
Yep.
So that being said, if you want a headache to build, this is it. If you want a decent flying plane, this is it. If you want a really good plane, you're gonna have to go a little bit above and beyond what they provide, and you're gonna have an excellent plane. Because really, you're about 2 servos away from an excellent plane. And a little bit of TLC, like when that wheel spun off, that's not a big deal. We've seen that before in the hobby world, and if you haven't seen it before, just wait longer, you will. I mean, shoot, if you put a collar on that thing, if you put one of those collars with the set screw, you'd be done.
Yep.
You'd never touch it again. Again, Dynam, if you're listening, 7.5 cents. Fix it. That's all I got to say. Any other thoughts?
Nope.
That's why you come to Brian Phillips RC. I'll tell you the straight story. And that being said, you know, I will just go on and on about how great a plane is. And I will, if it's great. And if I find problems, I'm gonna tell you that too. That's why this build and unboxing radio setup is so long and punishing, because believe me, it was for us too. If you don't watch it in at least 2 times, you crazy. Come back for more. It's right now. YouTube, we're gonna unbox this thing right now. It's kind of big, so we put it up on the counter and was trying to figure out the best way to do this. Then I figured out there's not a good way to do it.
It is rather large.
It's huge. Okay, so guys, we've had a handful of Dynams lately, and we've been really happy with the finished result, but not so much happy with the process of putting them together. So we're hoping for better on this one. This is actually a newer design one, so we're hoping that this one is a lot better.
Not that tall.
It's just, let's pull it out here. Here we go. This is the BF-110. Let's see if they had any gross misspellings on it. Oh, wow, that's so pretty. Look at that, BF-110, BF-110. They did not misspell anything. Dang it, I was hoping for a good laugh. The last one was the Sky Strain. Sounds like what happens in the airplane bathrooms. But this plane is gonna be awesome. I'm super excited for it. And it's gonna be kind of cool because it's, you know, sort of opposite our recent review of the P39, which I think they would be of the same vintage, but I'm not 100% certain. I think it is.
Hey, hold the box up so we can see it.
Look at that fancy dance. Is there a huge old glare on there?
No, actually there's not.
Really?
No.
So it looks really nice. Of course, this one's twin engine. I do not know if it counter rotates the propellers. Has some gear door that are actuated by the landing gear as they come in and out. So I'm hoping they work super nicely. The top just slips off of this box. And as you can see, it's super smooth action. It's just kind of big enough that it falls every time
Do you need some help?
Yeah, camera crew, can you do that side and I'll do this side. It's really easy with an extra set of hands. It's EPO, runs on a LiPo battery. It's got a brushless motor on each side.
It's more helpful if your other set of hands has 2 hands.
All right, so this one I believe is a bind and fly, so I'm not 100% sure. Okay, so we'll just actually set that off to the side because it folds down nicely. This one might be a ready to fly. No, I think this one's bind and fly. So we're planning on using it with our DT9, which we had really good luck with that on the DC3. Wing joiner. A little bit of flex. Didn't have a problem on the DC3, so don't want to jump to conclusions yet. Oh, look, they have Skylord. Esc Manual. Thank you, Dynam, for sending these. These are really helpful in Chinese. Oh, and English, maybe, possibly, because we read right to left in English. See this? Shows kind of how it lines up. There's your tone, so that's how you program it. Okay. So you can set up your different modes and whatnot. Oh, there's decals under here. I want to get those out first because they got curls on them.
Oh.
So I want to set that flat right now so it can be flattening. It's actually not too bad. I thought it was worse than it actually is. Oh, look at this. Huge one giant page manuals.
Manual.
It's our favorite not kind.
That's more than 6 steps, so that's a start.
This looks like a lot easier plane than the last one, to be honest. Center of gravity is clearly marked. I like the way the decals look on this a lot better than the DC3. Or was it DC3? Why am I calling it DC3? It's a C47.
47. The pilot is included in the spare parts list. Add the pilot.
I hope. Maybe if your pilot falls out.
Get a new one.
Okay, so this must be the fuse. Cool. Really well packed. The nose cone comes separate, and you can screw it on and screw it off, which is kind of cool. I don't know why. Oh, you have to put the canopy on?
Oh.
That's
you do have to put the pilot in.
That's gonna suck. I'm not looking forward to that. Dang it. We thought this one was gonna be easier. Okay, so I do have Canopy Glue, and Canopy gluing is actually harder than it looks to get a good result.
Seriously?
Yeah, we gotta put a canopy on. This decal, evidently.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's like a wet decal. No, it needs to be wet, re-wetted or something. Those are the kind that you get wet and they just stick. Let's see if that, let's see real quick if that does anything. I wanna just, I'm just gonna get this wet and just see what happens when I try to run it back onto the fuse. It's extremely weird how Dynam decides what steps are going to be required of its assembler.
Yes.
I really don't understand how they come up with this stuff. I do really like the finish on this though. It's really nice. And to be honest with you, I don't know. I'm almost kind of okay with, oh, that's a Hornet? Okay. Because I like the flat.
Yeah.
And I like this detail from the camo. It looks nice.
It's pretty smooth for the most part.
There's some glue. Okay, so this is how this is the pivot point for the wheel. I can't tell what that is. Oh, there we go. So we are attached there. It's all painted, which is not necessarily good because it'll gum stuff up. Looks like this is for, okay, so that's attached to that one that's closer to my body. There's two push rods on there. Okay. Well, it looks nice. It's nice and sturdy. Like it doesn't want to bend at all, which not like you're going to be doing high yaw loading. I don't even know if that's a thing, but I'll pretend.
Sure.
That box is empty. The foam is like everywhere, so I apologize to camera crew.
That's all right.
We'll have to work on that later. Okay, so there's some small pieces in here. Probably Canopy-esque spinners, probably.
We haven't seen a lot of foam in the Dynam packaging. It's usually
No,
cardboard.
it's usually cardboard
and plastic.
because they're in separate individual boxes. And honestly, I far prefer foam. Far prefer.
We haven't had problems though yet.
Oh, it comes with 4 props. Awesome. Okay, so the ESCs. Oh, yay. We get to put the ESCs. Thank you, Skylord.
When you pull an ESC out of a box, it makes me want to just quit. There's 2 pilots? They're Siamese twins.
They look a little bit like retarded though. I'm sorry. You can't say that. Do we have to stop the video now? I'm sorry. They look like they might be mentally challenged. Look at the shape and stuff. Whoa, they're like squishy.
What?
Squishy. Oh,
What?
it's so cute. Look.
Don't let the cats get them.
That's hilarious. They
Like gymnasts.
they are weird looking.
They are kind of They are kind of weird looking.
They're weird looking. It's like they're mal-sized or something. But that's so, I mean, all pilots, all.
Yes.
Which, okay, guys, if you're in the fake pilot making industry, okay, because, you know, it's going to be huge, lucrative industry. You know, I just don't understand. Like, have you not seen people? Is this being done on a different planet? That is pretty cool. You get to sit them in there. I think my girls would love playing with this. Maybe we should, I don't know. It is a little bit, uh-oh. Somebody's going to have to get ripped in half.
What?
Oh, wait, does this guy go backward? Whoa, cool. Look at that. They go backward.
See, now you're all excited about it.
Well, I mean, they do fit really good. I mean, they actually fit perfectly in there.
Yeah,
That's pretty
go
awesome.
backwards.
He does go backward. I didn't, oh, it's a gunner. Okay, yeah. So now when you do some crazy maneuver and you crash and it's like, they don't fall out. That's pretty awesome, actually. Okay, I stand corrected.
Fine, it was cool.
All right, I'm gonna get in
Spare
trouble
props?
from YouTube. Dynam. That is an incredibly high amount of pitch. Oh my goodness. I don't know if I should be happy about that or concerned. Okay, so this one goes that way, that way. Uh-oh, there's 3 that all go the same direction. So not counter-rotating. The pitch on these things is incredible. Look at that.
Yeah,
That's nutty. And it does not say what size. Of course, why would they do that? When planes come with spare props, that's really nice that they do that. Does it say?
Yeah, supposedly 1073.
Whoa, that's big. Okay, so we got 2 tubes of glue.
We'll see.
I could probably use a tube of glue on each pilot. Okay, so here's some more parts. Oh, the spinners are pretty.
Yeah.
Look.
I like the yellow.
Remember I was complaining about plastic that's not painted? I said the paint doesn't hold up, but it looks a lot nicer.
It does look nice.
It doesn't match the yellow on this though. It's a completely different yellow.
Well, you're not gonna hold it.
Look at the one on the box. They don't even match left to right.
No.
That's probably a lighting thing. But no, I actually really like these spinners. I think they're cool looking. I don't know what that is. Maybe that's like a gunner control. Not sure, we'll find out.
Hopefully.
Then there's also this thing. Looks like the tail wheel. And it looks like we got a couple of somethings. Got nuts in the nut sack. Oh, wait, hold on. There's only one. Oh, there's 2 nuts. Wow, you guys gotta make sure there's 2 in there. That would have been bad. Okay, so we'll cut that nut sack open and dump it out. Okay, so we got everything out of those. And then we got the Chinese screwdriver. That's always nice. We've got an Allen wrench. We've got a few screws, screws and bolts. Okay, so it does come with the Allen tool. It's pretty nice. I'm really bummed that those stickers, those decals aren't sticking. But you know what? I kind of didn't like them anyway.
I know, but then the Hornet will have a face.
No, I know, but I could maybe peel the whole thing off.
Whole thing?
I don't know if it's adhered as strong as this is. It's not going to be on there much longer anyway.
I know, but don't take it off yet.
Well,
Into the build.
I know. You're right. Look, I'm not sure why this is open. That's really weird to me. Is that like where the receiver's supposed to go, or is that like an FPV thing? I don't know.
I'm sure the directions will
not tell us. Exactly. Okay, so we've got the wings here. I'm getting a little nervous that I haven't seen a canopy yet. Oh, there is another box over here. Big box.
Yeah, but that's it.
Gotta be the canopy in here. The wings are like the main event on this plane. They're huge. That is a really small fuse
Yeah, it is.
compared to the
How
wings.
big is this supposed to be?
It should say right.
Oh, here, wingspan, 115. Or 1,500 millimeters. Too far away.
So it's 1,500 even? Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, okay. Canopy looks nice.
Oh, cool.
Here's a light controller. What is, oh, it came with Canopy Glue. Thank goodness.
Oh, that's good.
Okay, because Canopy Glue is usually different. Now, why is Canopy Glue different? Because if you try to use a CA product, you're gonna have bad results. It's gonna fog the crap out of it.
Oh.
Yep. And so the stuff I use is, I think it's called 505 formula, and it works really good, and it basically stays tacky forever.
Forever.
Forever. Mm-hmm. Oh,
That's a cool
really
canopy.
nice, actually. It's really clean. It's already cut. Why didn't they just glue it on? I don't understand. Oh, because some people are going to want to do more. Oh, that is the gun, I think. Is that really the gun?
Part
Is that
of
going to
it?
be the gun? That's a pretty lame gun.
No.
This is the gun.
There you go.
I was going to say, there better be a better gun than that. Okay, so one of these guys, I wonder how you distinguish which one's supposed to have. That is pretty awesome, actually.
That's pretty cool.
Yes, I like it.
The guys were the same.
Yeah, they were twins.
Yeah.
See, they look pretty sweet in there now.
I think it's
They really
cool.
got them good.
See, you were just all...
Sorry, I stand corrected.
Jump to conclusions.
First of all, they had a high IQ and they were perfectly healthy. Second of all, they look good and they fit the holes
They do.
perfectly.
They actually
I mean,
do.
you look down in there and you're like, hey, you don't look like a freak. You look like a
It's like a
normal,
whole person in there.
fully formed, naturally occurring human being. Okay, cool. Well, we're gonna keep moving on here before we get in any more trouble. We have an elevator. Look, it's glued.
Yay!
Yay, we don't have to do that. Looks like hot glue. What the heck is that? What is that?
Got like a spar
It's a
in there?
control rod for the rudders. Oh boy, that's sure to work really good.
Oh, what?
It's a push rod. It's a push rod. So that you can connect to this thing. Oh my goodness.
Ooh.
That's scary. Yeesh. Dynam, if you're listening, you might want to think about coming up with a little bit more robust hinge. This is actually the most robust hinge I've seen on any of the Dynam products we reviewed so far, and it's still not very good. It's just not very strong.
Yeah.
That being said, if you don't use a lot of throw on your rudder, it's probably not of great consequence. I do feel like this is probably the most robust one that we've seen though, and it still leaves a little something to be desired. Pinch hinges are just scary to me.
Yeah.
When I was first flying, I didn't know any better. Now I do. I mean, if you have a rudder hinge break, it's not like you're gonna immediately crash. You'll crash after you hit the ground.
That was profound.
Or a tree. Or your buddy. Okay.
But you should never be flying around trees.
Or people.
Or people. Or objects.
Objects.
Or power lines.
None
or
of those
hospitals,
things. Houses,
Playgrounds.
dogs, cats,
Children that
hospitals,
are... What's the direction
swings.
say?
There's always swings and there's always high tension power lines
Yes.
over the swings. Because evidently that's the only place that they do
We
that
always
in,
like to go to
you know.
parks with power lines.
It's like,
over
are there
them.
huge power lines overhead?
Do I feel like I'm getting some sort of...
Beautiful. Got flaps installed, 9-gram servos, plastic geared. Nice lights. See, the finish on this looks so good, and then what the heck is this?
Yeah, that's...
Come on, guys. Come on, man. This is so beautiful. And then they do that. And is that normal? Is that the way it's supposed to be in real life? Is that supposed to go upward? I mean, it
That
possibly...
does seem kind of strange.
This motor looks like a big motor, too. Looks nice.
Yeah, see, they're up on this side and then they're down on that side, assuming this is accurate.
Well, I mean, yeah. That's kind of what I'm getting at is I don't know what's scale, what's true to form.
Yeah.
This is really sweet looking. Mm-hmm. It's got a down and, is it down and right? The flap looks really nice. I like the way that looks. It's down and right. So we do have down right to help with P factor because they're not counter rotating, which I don't know. If you ask me, counter rotating it's a must on a plane like this. But if you can't get the props, then you can't get the props. And if you make a custom prop for an airplane, you better sell a lot of them because it's going to be really expensive to engineer a prop that's a right-handed, left-handed prop for just one model.
For one thing.
Yeah. So I guess if that's probably the holdup is they just needed an aggressive pitch and it's kind of a strange combination, like a highly aggressive pitch. The wings actually feel super nice.
They seem really...
They feel strong
Yeah.
and heavy. It's got to be really low wing loading on this plane because it's not all that horribly heavy. Okay. And here we go. There's so much plastic on those.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
The wings
Yeah,
do look
look at the
nice.
finish. It's
Yeah.
really good. You don't see any of those mold release bumps like you do on some models. There's some glue. I'll go. There's not a landing light on this side. What the heck? There's only one on one side?
Is there a landing light on this side?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there is.
Huh. That must be the way it was in real life. It's still pretty sweet looking. I love the finish on it. It's
Yeah.
gorgeous. Why is this square though? I mean, that's definitely the way they did it on that plane, on the box, because it's the same one. And there are retracts on here, if I didn't already make that obvious.
You did.
Okay, good. Servo's already installed. It's in the outboard hole, or the outermost hole. They've got these little wedges cut out. I think at one point Dynam was offering these without flaps or with flaps. And to be honest with you, I think this plane is gonna fly good with flaps. So I'm excited to see it fly. I'm always excited to see planes fly. Just not necessarily excited to put the canopies on. That being said, if you guys wanna get super detailed on the canopy, you can do that on this plane, which is something that a lot of guys like to do. It's just not my thing. I don't really get into it big time on that. Whoops. Okay, so this is the elevator, obviously. Oh, pinch hinge again. Ouchie poo. I'm working it in my attempt to, it's hot glue. See, they used hot glue. I had some guys telling me to use hot glue on these things. I'm like, I just can't bring myself to use hot glue. I feel like it's too heavy. Okay, so there's a push rod in here. See the little control-y thing?
Kind of strange.
How the heck are we gonna do that? Oh, they both go out. Oh, geez. I agree. That's gonna suck. I can just tell it looks like it's gonna be hard to do. I mean, granted, dang it. They put too much tape on this side and then it peeled that off.
Oh, shoot.
That's really annoying. Okay, so we gotta touch that up right now. We gotta touch it up so it's blended by the time, so we forget about it by the time we're building it.
Okay, good.
This is black.
Look, looks totally, I can't even see it.
Can't even tell it's there.
Nope, would never know.
Would never, ever know.
Just do it on the other side and then it'll match.
Nope, that's good enough for me. You're never ever gonna know except that you saw it here first on Brian Phillips YouTube. So, all right. That pinch hinge is acceptable because it doesn't crack when you move it. So that's my real concern is that when you move it, it kind of like cracks and wants to give way. And the rudders are much thinner. So this has got to be the Canopy Glue, right?
Yeah.
I'm assuming.
Yeah, because it's different than everything else we've ever gotten.
Well, and it was with the canopy, but I don't 100% know that either. And look, they gave us 2 controllers. It's a flashing and non-flashing LED controllers. That's weird. I wonder if they're supposed to give us 2, if it was an accident.
Yeah.
What do we get, like an extra
everything.
wing spar on one of those planes?
Yeah, we did.
Okay, so without further ado, this is the time where we gotta open this up too.
Is the box empty?
The box is empty except for the 2 foam blocks that held the wings. We have an XT60 on here, which is fine. We've been having good luck with these XT60s. They're nice. They're nicely made. This one, wow, look, that's crappy. See that? How there's exposed? You can undo this by just pulling back, and that thing will pop back off of there. You got to pull pretty hard, and you can see if you're satisfied with the soldering. Okay, it doesn't look amazing, but it doesn't look bad either, really. It's not that big a deal. I just don't like when there's exposed copper like that. Okay, so then it splits off, and this better not be short, because I was so annoyed the other time we did. What was the other plane we did? It was the C-47.
C-47.
We had all sorts of problems with that because of the length of the wires.
But you know what this plane doesn't have? Is that
Landing
foam
gear
piece
thing
that covers between the wings that we've had
Oh
issues
yeah,
with.
that was so horrible. Oh,
Yeah.
you're right. This might go center. This might go in the middle because the wings both go back to the center. Okay, so that's great news. In that case, we're gonna clean up. We'll come right back and start the build. We're ready to build this thing. We're all hyped up and pumped. So we figured out there's a bunch of little assemblies you have to do, okay? Like these guns. They look like carbon fiber spars because that's what they are. You'll notice that there's a cut end and then a finished end. The finished end has like a black buffed surface, whereas this end has like a white surface that's rough. And we figured out that the longer ones appear to go in the middle. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna glue those first. We're just gonna use some more China glue. And we'll use the tip that's got the white. Okay, there we go. Just spray it out everywhere. I'm going to use a Q-tip because I'm a big believer in Q-tips. I love Q-tips. I use them every day for gluing things. And then once in a while I'll clean ears too with them. You're welcome, Johnson & Johnson.
I don't think you're supposed to do that anymore.
Okay. What, clean ears?
Mm-hmm. With
Oh,
Q-tips.
that's right. Yeah, you shouldn't stick anything in your ears, from what I hear.
Anything bigger than your elbow.
Anything.
That's what they say.
What?
Yeah.
Hold on, stick your elbow over here so I can clean my ear hole. Doesn't the doctor stick something in your ear immediately when he sees you? He's like, get over here so I can stick this thing in your ear. Don't ever do this.
He's
it's
a doctor.
dangerous. I'm trained. Okay. Okay. Oh, dang it. It's almost out. I got to use every last drop of this Chinese glue because it is good stuff. This actually is provided by another Dynam plane, so I'm just using up the last of it. Because the last time we built a plane, we went through 5 tubes and they only provided 2.
There does appear to be less gluing on this plane.
This plane is going to be a little easier to build, even though there's a million steps still that are sort of roughly outlined. I must say that Dynam's instructions they leave a little bit to be desired. I mean, they do kind of go over the big topic items, the ones that you really need to know, like mount the wings to the fuselage, but those are kind of the things you already know. The trouble is you really kind of need to know the details. You need a pretty detailed instruction diagram when you have to do some assemblies, but then many of the other assemblies are pretty self-explanatory. Like you just got to sit there and look through and find, see I got a little extra China glue there. I'm just gonna pull that off real quick. Okay, so by the way, this is the battery access hatch. So you do have to use that. Now, I get a little extra China glue here, so I'm gonna actually spread this right here because it's not gluing down, and I haven't decided if I want to give up on it yet because see how easy that thing is coming off.
Oh, it's just taking off.
No, it's gonna totally come off. So I'm just gonna try to glue it, the little teeny bit of glue. That contact cement should hold it, but you see how it's like loose that is? Mm-hmm. I just don't see that surviving if I don't apply a little bit of glue to it. It would be nice if that was glued down securely, because watch this.
Well, nobody's gonna blow on your plane.
Well, you never know. I mean, you want to be prepared for anything like that. I am like really bummed that came off so easy. But I'm also not really that surprised because if you're going to use these wet applied decals on foam, it's just not super easy to get a good application, in my opinion. I've always had trouble on, I used to build planes back in the day from balsa built up planes. And there's definitely some big advantages to them, like they last a little bit longer. They're sometimes more beautiful, depending on how much time you put into them. But they're a lot more work. And you'd spend all those many, many moons or weeks or months or whatever building them, and then just to immediately crash them, I can't imagine, because I was just building decorative planes. Mm-hmm. So in fact, we have a few that hang on our son's wall in his room, which is pretty cool. Our son's, plural, room. Okay, so I'm just peeling this back because I would actually kind of like to keep this decal since it's on the other portion of the fuse, and it doesn't seem to be as weak there. So I'm just gonna put a little bit of stick 'em. We'll see if that's good enough. It probably won't be, but anyway, that's what we're doing. So we can set that aside to cure. And then we have to glue in. Now this thing, you're probably wondering what this is. This is the piece that's ultimately going to go into this slot here. I don't know if it goes this way or if it goes that, but I have to trim mine a little bit because there's some overrun on that right there. Yep. So I'm going to use a sharp X-Acto knife, and I'm not going to cut myself like I've done in the past on video. I only ever cut myself on video.
Yeah.
I never cut myself in my regular everyday day-to-day. Didn't I cut myself doing that one tractor thing that one time? That was fun.
You cut yourself getting seed out of your truck.
Okay, so this is just a little teeny bit oversized, which is why I'm trimming it, because that's supposed to recess into the foam. I'm surprised that that even needed to be, trimmed down, because everything else has been pretty well trimmed. The canopy is trimmed perfectly. See, even there, it's kind of not quite right. It's a little bit too big. If you really wanted it right, you could sand it and spend a little bit of time with sanding block. But I think it's gonna be okay for what we're doing. And then why does this not match the color? That's really disappointing that this doesn't match any color. And then what happened here? Oh,
I don't
wait.
know. It was terrible.
That's me. Okay, so we know where that goes, so that's no big deal. Obviously, we need to put together one other spot, which is gonna be this, I don't know if it's like a fire extinguisher or what exactly that is. I don't know. It's probably some pivotal thing on this BF-110, but I'm just not familiar with what that is. Sure, it's like, it could be like a simulated pitot tube, but it's kind of a weird shape for a pitot tube. And I hope I'm doing it the right way. I'm sure you guys will let me know in the description below if I'm not. So that'll set up, and that should take a little bit of time to, if you really want it to stick quick, you can pull apart. Oh, look, there's an angle to it. So maybe it does go this way.
Oh.
Well, gosh, I don't know. It looks like actually it was mounted flat when I had it this way, so it must go that way. Because the dihedral on the wing, so then it's like 90 degrees to true.
It's not going to interfere with the ailerons there or anything, right?
The ailerons back here.
Oh, there's a line there.
I know. It
And
kinda,
I'm standing on this side.
yeah. And then this is a weird thing on the BF-111. You see this? There's a gap here, and it goes all the way through to this thing.
Is it an actual gap?
Yeah, on the flaps.
Huh.
Which is weird. I mean, that's really cool. It's almost like an inlet or something in real life. I'm sure it did something in real life or it wouldn't be there. But it's cool to see scale details like that. I'm assuming that's scale, or why would you put it on there? All right, so that gets those gluing parts done.
No, the machine gun and the pilot.
Oh yeah, we have to take apart and do the machine guns. I'm sorry, that completes the gluing on everything that's not the fuse.
Yes.
Because the fuse is kind of a little bit different on this because we have to put the canopy on. The spinners look so pretty though, I like those. Okay, so in order to do this, you're supposed to glue in the pilots and the gun. Weird thing is, I technically don't think you need to do that because they fit in there pretty tight. But just to be safe, that is awesome. As soon as I saw that thing, I thought that's awesome. Really detailed. I like that. That's really cool. You don't get very many good guns like that on planes of this era. Okay, so you just gotta, it's kind of awkward. You just gotta put the sticky China stuff on his buns. Ew. Sorry, dude. It's weird, even though it's fake. Ew. Just spread that all over. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Get in there, buddy. All right, have a good flight. I do really like that you can design this how you want. But like I said, I don't typically do it. So I know some of you guys are going to get way more into this and you're going to put all sorts of instrument clusters. And
Are there decals that are supposed to go in here?
that is a really good question. Okay, so that's going to be there. So I want to just, I think I want to apply the glue a little bit different on this. Let's see if I can get that to, it's going to fall over. That's fine.
Okay.
I'm just going to put a little teeny bit of glue in the saddle here. Right here, just a little drip of it there. When I say a little drip, this stuff does need a little bit of, you got to put it on there. I've found that this stuff, you can't really do it light or it just doesn't work. I mean, you can do it light, it's just not going to do anything because it's a contact cement. So you're making up for indisparities in the product's exact shape and size. So when you apply it, you got to be a little bit generous. That's so cool. So cool. Oh shoot. I don't want to put the trigger guard in there, but where I put my glue is not even going to contact it. Dang it. See that? See where the glue ended up being? I need to peel it off of the bottom and put it on the sides a little bit. And this Chinese glue will eat the paint sometimes. Looks like it's doing a little bit of that today as well. All right, so the decal set. Let's check the decal set. That was a really good point, camera crew. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, I haven't looked at it, so I'm not sure.
No step, 2.5 gigahertz. Are you serious? No, I'm not putting that on there. There's this. No, it doesn't look like
anything for inside.
Yeah, I don't see any instrument clusters. That'd be cool though.
That would be.
Okay, so this guy's got a little bit of glue on his bun cheeks. This guy, I'm gonna do a little bit of glue as well, just so it doesn't, hopefully, honestly, I don't think you're gonna really need a lot of glue. You probably don't even technically need to glue these guys in. But I'd rather be safe than sorry, I suppose.
If they come out, you don't have to take the canopy off to put them back in.
To fix them. So I guess I'd rather be safe than sorry. Okay, sorry, dude. Oh, I went too far down his leg on that one. Ugh. Here we go. It is a little bit strange though, because normally you want to be really careful with your all-up weight, and these guys are not like especially light.
They're not.
So, and they're actually pretty nice though. Oh, and they give a little bit. That's kind of cool. Not that it matters. You're never gonna see that. Okay, so this is all assembled. So now we can put the canopy on. And what I want to do is I want to study exactly where to be gluing. And I can either glue here or I can glue here and then set it on top. If you glue at the edge, you just have to think about how it's going to slip down. And I'm pretty sure that that other type of glue must be Canopy glue. It's just got to be. I can't imagine of what else it would have been. Looks like maybe there's a brush in here too. But the bottle looks just like CA when it cures. So I don't know what this is. Let's try it. Oh, that's CA. Of all the times I would not want to use CA, this would probably be it. See? A? That's CA. Certainly CA.
But if it's on the gray, is it gonna matter?
Whatever, I'm just gonna use CA. That would be kind of funny if they're like, do not use that on the canopy. It was like all the things I warned you about. I'm just gonna do it anyway. You can learn from my screw up if this is wrong.
That little tube of glue isn't even listed on the parts list.
That's always comforting. See how I had a drip just then? This is gonna set this stuff up, but I'm gonna get it off of there at least. Doesn't look bad. CA sets up quick. Cyanoacrylate, I think is what it is. Am I saying that right?
I think so.
Make sure it's not on your fingertips. I got another big drip here. Okay.
Right there.
Jeez. Now this is not a contact cement, so it's just a different application. You do not want to treat it like a contact cement. Dang it. That's unfortunate. So CA is super glue, guys. We'll see. Since it's painted, we'll see how it works. You can learn from my screw up if it doesn't work well. Or you can repeat it if you prefer. I would not tape this down whatever you do. because you will for sure take the finish off. Don't you think?
Yeah.
Because you saw how easy it came off on the tail too.
Yeah, I would not tape it.
Yeah, it's gonna come off for sure.
So that's gonna need to sit for a little bit, right?
I don't know. Not real promising. Not real promising, folks. And I don't have kicker right here this second. I do have kicker though. Kicker would set it up quickly. Yeah, that's pretty sure that's CA. It does not feel like it's gluing very well though. We'll try some more and see if we get better luck. I'm gonna go a little bit heavier and I'm gonna spread it with this thing. Well, so far I really like the way that this plane looks. I just hope we don't have any issues with the ESCs getting mounted. Where Dynam lacks in quality on the build side of things, they make up for in overall flight performance. So I gotta say, I've been really happy with the way that they fly. I've been really happy with the way they look, but I just don't necessarily think that most people have the appetite to assemble these things to this level, you know? Okay, so let's try this. Because people just want it to work good. Sticks down nicely. Now the other thing is this stuff flows really good, so you could hypothetically also just flow it into the joints. I just don't feel like I can get it fast enough, you know? It just wants to run as soon as I get it on there. And you can see like here, it just is everywhere now. See this? I could try that, but I just don't see that working real long term. Because with a contact adhesive, like the rest of the glue I was using, you could get away with applying it and then just tacking it down. I don't know, I'm about 2 seconds away from just using the contact adhesive. What do you think?
Can you use the contact adhesive on top of the CA without an
Yeah,
issue?
the kicker would prevent it from working well. The kicker would break it down. I mean, it's like, it's on there now.
Well,
It's on there.
Can we work on something else and let it sit for a little bit and then see?
I just don't want to have like one crappy little bond because it's going to be a problem. What I'd rather do is I'd rather get CA to run down into a crack if I can, like where I've already spilled a little bit out. See this? If I can get it to go down in there. See what I'm doing there? Where I've already kind of screwed it up. I'm pretty sure that's not what they had envisioned when they designed this. You see how much I took off of that? I'm just curious if that's gonna hold really nicely there. It's possible this isn't CA because it's not as strong smelling as some. It could be a Canopy Glue, I don't know. Usually Canopy Glue is more of like almost feels like Elmer's glue. It's like a rubbery finish. Yeah, it makes up more of a gap. Whereas this stuff is just really thin.
Yeah.
And thin is, because canopies historically on radio controlled airplanes have always had a little bit of, you know, indisparity from the shape. So you have to sort of make up for it. It is kind of stuck over here, isn't it?
Yeah. I think you might have to be
Patient. I'm not very good at that.
I know.
You know that.
I'm well aware.
See this? See the gap here? That'd be a good spot to maybe try to get it to flow into that crack and fill the crack if I can get it to do it. If this is a gap filling CA, then we'd be okay with that. Okay, so let's try this. See if I can get it done. I'm gonna start up in the center. I'm just squeezing the tube and letting it flow in there a little bit. And I can just tell because when I let go, it just stops. It pulls it in. So it's gonna flow along the edge. I hate having canopies come off in flight. It's really frustrating. I know you guys have been there before. Okay. So I have to pull that away from you so I can try to get the glue to flow where it's gonna flow. If it's CA, the moisture from your breath can sometimes get it to set quickly. I usually use kicker though. I've been really spoiled. Whoops. Oh, see what I did?
You drip it?
On the inside.
Oh.
That's a bummer. Trying to fling it back. Okay. I don't have a lot of big drips at least. Just that one. And then over here, I've got a little bit that dripped out. Right here. So I would say that's probably not going to go down as one of my favorite parts of this plane. The paint is really holding up nicely though, I'm surprised. Usually the paint on this, if you get glue on there, it's going to just obliterate it.
That dark gray wave gives you a little bit of cover. It's not as noticeable.
Well, we'll see. And plus, if mine gets that nasty halo from the CA, then you'll know. You can try just using the China glue. Because maybe the China glue will work better anyway. It does look really sweet though. I love the way it looks. Look at the lines on that.
Yeah. You can like actually see the pilot in there and stuff.
I think it's really cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
And I love that there's a little gun with the sights on it.
Yep.
That was really neat. Okay, cool. So the next step is going to be we have to do some more gluing, right? Is that the last of it?
That might be about it because we've. Glue, glue, glue. We should be ready to do the landing gear. We've done the first 4 steps.
Okay, right? Yep. Okay. So the landing gear should be pretty straightforward because we don't glue the thing in the top. That just sits on there, right?
Yeah, I think so. That's like a later step.
Okay.
We were just looking for that piece.
Well, and you have to do some messing around with this too, which I just can't tell how that works. See this, hon? Look at this. You see how there's a linkage that goes down there and it's kind of dropped in the crack there? Oops. I caught 3 screws with the magnetically charged tip. See this here? It's painted, so it's really kind of hard to see. I don't know where that's going to hook up, but I'm sure it's going to be fun to land.
Is that a hair?
No, it's a piece of glue.
Oh.
See?
Yeah.
From when they glued the 2 halves of the fuse together.
I see.
Okay, so the next step is the tail wheel, but I'm sort of reluctant to do this without being upright because of the glue on the canopy.
Yeah, I agree.
So we'll grab the tail wheel, which looks like this. Pretty simple. It's got a flat machined into it right here. Okay. So this one has a set screw, which is going to be operated by this tool, this little Allen wrench. The flat is on the left side of the plane, so that backs off super easy. It's painted, so I was nervous it was going to be gummed up with paint, but it's actually not at all. Totally fine. Was it the PT-17 we did that the tail wheel was like kind of cattywampus? I could never really get it squared. Or which one was that? That was the DC, or it's not the DC-3, the C-47.
C-47?
That worked pretty good. It's super easy.
That was pretty easy.
Yeah, real easy.
Nice.
Okay, cool. Happy with that.
Okay.
Okay, so now the next thing we got to do is jump into the tail section. This is going to be another one of these fun ones. Okay, so the tail has to be assembled. So there's these 2 rods in here. okay? There's a left and a right side, like this one here. So we'll just grab that one first. This is obviously the bottom of the wing. So it's gonna set like this from the top, it'll mount down in there. And so I am handling this wing right here. So I'm just gonna, which hole do they want it to go into?
I doubt it says. Steps, it would be step 7 probably.
They don't show it, of course. Why would they? Oh, there's only one hole. Duh.
Well, that answers that question.
That does answer that question, you're right. So I'm gonna hold this, you see that where my middle finger, or that's my index finger is? I'm gonna hold that down so that I can manipulate this. And then I'm just gonna roll it in there. And then I'm gonna have to pull it out a little bit. I didn't quite have enough, so now my index finger is just preventing it from slipping back at me. And then you just rotate it. Now I can let go with my index finger and then just kind of bring this back together. Huh. That's much less horrible than I thought it was going to be. Then I need 2 screws to assemble this. And
yes,
they don't indicate what type. I mean, I'm assuming these are for the wings and these are for the back.
we have little ones over here too.
Oh crap, there's more. Okay, so this wing. Yeah, there's a ton for the wing, possibly, and then quite a few for something else.
I thought it said a screw size. Did it not? Right here.
Fix the horizontal stabilizers with the PA 2.3 by 8 millimeter screws.
I mean, that doesn't like
No,
help.
that's the top. Oh, yeah. On this one, it says PA 2 by 8 millimeters. Okay. PA 2 by 8
that's probably like
millimeters.
the
So we probably have to
smallest.
measure. But are they machine or are they plastic? Probably plastic, because look, we're going into a plastic insert here. So when we screw these together, the plastic is going to need to, you're going to want to bite. So it's not a machine screw typically. It's going to be like a self-tapper like this. But then which one's which? There's 2 machine ones. I bet those machine ones are for the propeller spinners. So let's try that quick to identify the answer to this question.
Okay.
Okay, so those machine screws are more than likely going to go into this assembly here. And that will identify what we need and where. That's kind of stopping prematurely. I don't think that's the right thread count. I'm gonna try this one. That one's going perfect. Okay, so that's definitely for that one. Then we'll try this one and the other, and hopefully it's not gonna cross threads. Oh yeah, it's like one's reverse and one's straight maybe.
Weird. Okay.
These are aluminum and they're extremely light, feel that. Isn't
Oh my
that
gosh.
weird? That's so strange.
That's crazy.
Okay, so there's 2.8 and then there's 2 millimeters. So let's just look at these screws together and see if any of them look different. 2.8 compared to 2 would be a pretty small disparity. It's only going to be about a third difference. And I do not see any of those that look a third different. These are longer, okay? So that's pretty evident that that's not going to be what we're talking about. That's probably going to be for the one that goes from the top down, you'd think. See?
Don't some of the heads look a tiny bit smaller?
You know, it's hard to tell. I honestly cannot tell. You mean like the tips? Yeah, like this one's a little bit shorter maybe? That guy's a little bit
Yeah.
shorter?
But
I don't
I
know.
don't know.
I'm just, whatever.
If we can't tell that much, is it really going to make that much difference in the piece of plastic?
Probably. I don't know. If they really cared, they should have labeled the sack. Okay.
Yep.
It's all right. Half the fun is figuring out if you put the wrong screw in the right hole.
No, it's not.
You don't think so?
I do not.
Flip side of the coin, I guess. Okay, here we go. We're just going to tighten this.
Does it feel like it's tightening at least?
Feels pretty good.
Okay,
Okay,
whatever.
So now we're gonna simulate a servo action here. You guys ready?
Hopefully it doesn't make that noise.
I was gonna say, it is pretty annoying. Okay. Hey, guys, I'm gonna admit, that was way easier than thought. Way easier.
We're not done with that stuff.
I know, we still gotta stick it in the hole
You
somehow.
always.
Magically stick all those things together.
But how are you gonna get that end? Because you can't pull that one out now.
It's 2 separate rods.
Oh, it is? I thought that's how you were holding it.
It's 2 separate rods. See, look.
Okay, bye.
Watch this. Watch this magical trick. It's really hard to get that rod, so I'm gonna use the knife to slide it through. That worked so horribly. I'm glad I recommended it.
Suggest that.
See this?
There, it's coming out.
I'm caught on something, aren't I? I'm pretty sure I'm caught on glue down here. Whenever I see a push rod on any plane, I think, I hope there's not glue on that thing. Because look how hard I'm pushing. Mm-hmm. There it goes. And you could tell when it broke free. Mm-hmm. All right. So now I'm going to do the smart thing.
Yeah, I can see the glue.
I'm going to do the smart thing. Look how hard that is to move. It barely moves. Like, grab that.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I agree. Oh my goodness. So now I have to figure out how the heck to get that glue out of there. Just a little bit of glue came off on it. That's probably a good sign. If you get glue in your push rods, you gotta pretty much take the time to clean it out if you can. If you don't, you're gonna regret it severely. We could put kicker on there and slide it in and out, because you feel that? Like,
you can tell definitely where there's a spot.
There's a spot where they got glue in there. Ugh. Bad. So that's gonna be really fun. Okay, so we'll pause, we'll get the kicker, and we'll come right back and show you how to fix this. Instaset. This is a Bob Smith. It's called Accelerator. So that's accelerates CA. So like what we could have used earlier. Okay, so as we left things, we couldn't get this rod to slide through smoothly. So we yanked it out. You can see, like, I can't even hardly get it back in, okay? So it's pretty evident I'm getting in the hole. It's just not going through. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna take whatever thing that's in there and just pull it out. And then I'm just gonna take and kind of dip that in there. It smells, it's got a distinct smell, so you can tell if you got it on there. It's kind of hard to see. Okay, so then I'm just gonna slide it in there. You can see there's a little teeny bit of residue. And this is just gonna be just kind of a work it in sort of thing. I could actually chuck it into the drill.
Because are you hoping to just
I want to break up the
break
clump,
it up?
Whatever the clump of glue is. Because it's just not, you see there, it's going now. See how it's sliding through now? But you see how hard I'm pushing?
Yeah.
See how white my fingers are getting? Okay, so that's obviously not gonna be okay, because I mean, I'm pretty strong and I can barely pull that through.
Not gonna do that.
Servo is gonna just immediately be destroyed.
Yeah.
That's what's gonna happen.
I'm concerned you're gonna bend the wire.
Okay, see?
Oh yeah.
So we got a little bit of schmutz out that time. A little bit more schmutz. Pretty sure that is gonna be glue and not paint, but it could be paint. Feels kind of sticky on here. That's not good. So you just rub your shaft and get it clean. So I'm actually gonna just dip it in there. Then I'm just gonna use my fingertips. You probably by right should be using a paper towel or something, but that just it just breaks down that adhesive. And then you can really tell when it's clean. And it feels nice and smooth, okay? So that's what I'm basically gonna do. And instead of doing it like I was before, I'm gonna try it a different way, where I'm gonna see if I can get a little bit more applied. See how that's on there in that Q-tip? I do not wanna soak the outside of the tube. I only want it to go inside as much as I can control it, okay? Why do we want that? Because if you go on the outside, you'll just delaminate the tube from the actual, from there. So I'm gonna just run this along here. And then I'm gonna cram it in. Now, it's, as you can see, it goes through. Well, it's like 100 times better. See?
Yeah.
I mean, like, I could not physically make it go in there before.
No.
Okay, so I'm just gonna work it a bunch.
That's a lot better.
I would say that's a success.
Yeah. So we call it.
If only you guys could have seen what happened off camera.
See, now they're gonna think things, and it was not.
So we'll set that aside for now. Okay, so that worked out really well. Nice smooth action, almost no effort to move this. There's enough effort required that it doesn't just fall out. I figured it would fall out. Okay, but as you could see from before, it was ridiculous. I could barely push it through.
Yeah.
Okay, so now that that's done, we'll get back to the assembly. So we just have to, oh, now I gotta stick my finger in here. This side might be easier to see because I'm holding it the right way now. Okay, so you just feed that through the control arm, then you pivot, and then you can, obviously that's not right because it only lines up one way. This is right. My grandpa built, he built a SIG Duinger 216, and we of course did videos on that too, which was, he's passed away now, but it was really cool. We got to share the experience of putting together a lot of these planes together, and that was really cool. Look, the rods are touching each other. I don't know why, like all of a sudden they decided to line up perfectly into each other. Okay. Very easy movement. Nice. He had to make one of these assemblies in that plane, and I remember it was a real pain in the neck too. Much harder than this. This went pretty smooth, I think. Mm-hmm. Okay, so 2 of the screws, we're not gonna worry about the length on these screws because we've already kind of established that they're fine. Okay, so we'll get this tightened in here. Whoops, got 2 of those. Go until it starts crushing the foam a little bit. You should be good to go. I would say that this assembly has actually been, so far, a little bit better than the last one.
Yeah, so far. We're on like step 6.
That's 732.
Well, 27 listed steps. 26
Yeah, 27 steps, and then there's 47 assumed
in between.
steps. Like, oh, well, we just assumed you knew that.
93.
Okay, so that is not the freest moving elevator I've ever experienced in my life, so I'm just gonna work it a little bit. Why am I working it a little bit? Because I wanna make sure it works with a servo that's much less strong than my arm. It feels like it's probably just gonna be like springy no matter what you do.
Is it catching?
It is just barely touching as it passes by, but I would say that it's not enough to constitute worry. I can try this, see if that, it's not gonna make a big improvement. It's just the pinch engine design in general. This little bit of clearance is not gonna make or break the deal. Okay, so we'll just peel that out. Okay, then this side we'll take it off the wing surface because it seems like that's where the bulk of the material is. Can you give him a shot straight down? Is that possible without blocking my light? That's blocking my light. Can you go to my right? There you go, that's perfect. See, all I'm concerned with is back here in the inside portion. That's kind of where I feel like if you're gonna get resistance, you're gonna get it from. Again, I don't really think that's my problem on this one. I've had planes where it is the problem. It's just the hinge, it's the way that's pinched.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you can open that up and just kind of squish it down a little bit too. See, just use your finger, kind of squish it down. That's fine. I didn't have to glue in the joiner, which is that's kind of the part makes me nervous, because if you don't get the left and the right side, then you always have a trimming issue, because it'll want to roll the aircraft a little bit. I mean, on a plane this big, I don't think it would roll it very fast. It wouldn't be super effective as like a Telebon, but it would actually induce some level of roll. Okay, so our next step is going to be to install this onto the fuse, right? Glue Okay, connect one end of the Z-shaped elevator push rod with the plastic part on horizontal stabilizer. Jeez. So this thing. When do you do this? Oh, you do that from above. Okay, well that makes me feel a little bit better.
Okay.
All right, so let's see if we can do this. This is gonna be a little bit challenging, but we'll see. Remember that painted piece?
Oh, that's what we're attaching?
Yeah.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, so I need to go like this and then rotate it in. Sorry, camera crew, this is gonna suck to film, isn't it? It's gonna be bad enough to do it in and of myself, let alone film it. So we just gotta line up the hole with the, I think I have this going in the right direction. Definitely not super easy angle. It's wanting to resist and I don't wanna damage the finish. He just doesn't want to go in that angle. Oh, I moved the servo. Oh, there it goes. Okay, twisted it. So now the servo is twisted. So when I put this down, it's going to want to lift or push down the servo or the control surface. In this case, I think it's going to lift. Nope, it's going to push down. Okay. So now I just slide this down in. I'm feeling resistance as though I'm not lined up, but I am lined up. Sorry, guys. Hey, if you went to this side, I think you could maybe see a little bit better what I'm fighting. You see?
Oh, yep, I can see better.
I just want to break it. Okay, there it goes. It dropped down all at once. Okay, yeah, that wasn't too bad. Actually went together pretty good, surprisingly good. Yeah, awesome. A lot of elevator throw too. Surprisingly, a lot of elevator throw. It's held in there basically by tension. I'm centering the servo. You can see the guy's feet. I wonder if I should have ripped the guys in half first.
It was not in the direction.
It wasn't, you're right. Okay, so now we get to put a couple of screws in here to hold it down. What type of screws do you think we need for this?
I think they were the same.
Nope. Fix the horizontal stabilizer with the PA2 by 15 millimeters. So those are the long ones.
Oh.
I see one that's long.
It is only.
There's only one that's long.
It's one. Look, one long one in the back, and then a short one in the front, 8 millimeter in the front.
Okay, so this is a long one.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have another long one, do we?
No, that's what I was just saying. This one's 15, and then this one's 8.
Okay, so it must be like this one's 15, and this one's, nope, that's not gonna work. So there's a short one and a long one. I just can't imagine, I can't conceive of which one's which. Is this the long one or is this the short one?
In the directions, the long one goes in the back.
Long one goes in the back. Okay. So that one dropped down. So we should have a shorter one, like an in-between size. Do you see the in-between size? I don't. See this? There's no in-between size there that I can tell. The machine screws are this.
8 is what you used on the ends. So that'd be the same short ones.
This thing is in there now. That one's in there, but it's not tightening. So that one definitely needs to be longer. Do we have a magnet up here?
Ooh, I don't know.
All right, we'll pause and find. Okay, so we got that one out, and that one does definitely go in the back. And then the shorter ones are actually 8 millimeters. I don't know why I had made up in my mind. I thought the shorter ones were 2.8 millimeters. But my camera crew looked at the instructions and she claims that she figured it out. And I just, honestly, I don't feel it working right, so. I'm not sure what to think because it doesn't feel like it's biting.
It looks like it's pushed up. Is it?
No, look on the bottom. I don't think it's pushed up at all. Do you think it's pushed up? Sure doesn't look pushed up to me.
I don't know.
This is weird.
Was that one of the short ones?
Yeah. It is one of the short ones, but I just don't see that doing anything. Because I don't think it's doing anything. I don't think it's biting anything. Could try to push it down harder. But if that long one didn't work, then why would the short one work? You know?
Right.
So I don't know what the heck to do on that. I mean, I know that we'll have this one held down because this one's going to go right here like that. So we're going to have that holding it down. But I'm not about to fly this plane with the
one little screw.
Well, without a screw. This isn't holding anything down that I can tell. It's not doing anything. There's nothing in there to receive the screw, camera crew.
What do you mean?
I mean, there's nothing in there to receive the screw, camera crew.
I heard
Look,
you.
those are the words I used, and that's what I meant. Look. See this? It's supposed to reach into this. And I don't know that it is. I don't know that it's capable of reaching that far. Right?
You just have to squish it down more?
I don't know. Maybe I somehow screwed this up. Or is this like a different size, maybe? Remember how we were debating about whether or not they were bigger or smaller? Those definitely are going in. They're just not biting anything. It's almost like we need a bigger screw. That's bad. I mean, there are 3 screws. Absolute worst case, you could glue it. Which I don't like any of those solutions.
No.
Ooh, I felt like that time I bit plastic. I feel like it's going. Yeah, it's going now. I don't know what I did different, to be perfectly honest. See it puckering? Can you show them a view from above? See it puckering like that? So that definitely bit that time.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no question about it. Okay, well, now this one, I don't know, you see it, you can see the plastic receiver in there,
Well,
but it's just not biting. It's like the screw is physically not big enough.
try it again now that you
I'm gonna try a
reseated
different screw of the same size class.
Okay.
I don't think it's gonna be any different. What the heck? No, it's spinning. It's not me. It's actually just spinning. It's not giving me enough bite to hold that thing down. It's definitely spinning and it's going into the hole, but it's not. I think what happened was the longer screw must have been a little bit bigger. And so I probably reamed out the hole. So that being understood, you see how it's spinning, but it's not really holding.
Yeah.
So what I need to do is, look at this. So what I need to do is I need to choose a glue that I can put in there with the threads that will basically make this glued into the hole.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure if I want to use just a bigger screw. It would probably be easier. And that'd be on me because I screwed in the wrong one.
That Canopy glue or whatever you used.
Do you want to know what happened? The other screw had threads, but only on the tip. And then it was just a clean shaft on the top. So I screwed it in and then it pulled the opening, got bigger, and it ripped out the threads as I went down. So you have to put the long screw here on the first shot. If you put it in the wrong hole, you'll screw it up. That's what happened. I could probably just do the CA.
Yeah.
What do you think? Or should I do this rubbery cement?
But that CA is pretty liquidy. If you just drip it down in the hole, it'll probably soak like all the way down there.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty thin though. It could gum up the whole works. I don't know. I guess I'll listen to this camera crew this time. Okay, look. This is why you watch Brian Phillips RC, so you can learn from my screw ups. Okay, see that's gonna flow down in there, but that I don't really have a lot of faith in that connection. Do you?
Well, not particularly.
I don't either. I just don't feel like the threads, the part that matter, are gonna get what needs to be gotten. And then we'll probably find out now that that's actually Canopy Glue like we thought it might be. And the kicker has absolutely no impact on it. Okay, so see how it's lifting and dropping? That just means the threads are passing by and not actually biting and engaging. So, all right, what's the next best step here, guys? Probably just go downstairs to the junk drawer and find another screw that's similarly sized. I would say that's probably the next best option, don't you? Unless, of course, it magically just decides to glue perfectly, like it sort of feels like it might be right now. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go look for another screw.
Okay.
Okay, so 3 days later, we had all sorts of fun doing that process. And then I found a bigger screw, so hopefully this doesn't break it. That's definitely biting, and yes, my screw sticks out over the top, and that's just the way it's gonna be.
We don't care now.
Because that was ridiculous. I had a really hard time getting the screw out, obviously. And so I'm just gonna tighten the back by hand. I started it with a drill, but I don't wanna crush the foam too bad. And then that actually works pretty good. Like it's definitely holding. And if I were to do this by hand, I might be able to drop it down in there. Yeah, it's where it needs to be. It's fine.
Yep.
It's very strong now. Okay, so you can see in there those push rods. See how they move when I move the controls surfaces? So I've got to get those lined up into that thing. Is that the next step?
Yeah, you're supposed to line up something before you put the cover on.
Okay, so you loosen this. That releases. This is the set that holds on to both of those. Then I'm thinking if I use a knife, I might be able to help guide them in. But you see how I'm going to control this by moving the rudder until it's lined up. Then I'm going to try to push with the rudder. Be careful so you don't get, dang it, it popped out. Sorry guys.
Are they?
Okay, so you see how I'm just slow. I'm just trying to pull it up a little bit. Okay, that didn't work so hot. So I'm gonna try to rotate this. This doesn't want to rotate now. So I'm gonna take the pliers that I grabbed for the last process. I'm just gonna spin this so it gets square. The whole assembly needs to be squared just a little bit. Come on. Okay. Well, that doesn't work so hot. There we go. Now I got it square. Now that it's square, I can hypothetically do this the way it was supposed to be done. I just don't want them to drop below the control horn thingy. Okay, so that one's in. Now I just need to do the exact same thing. I'm definitely not left-handed. Why does it move one way but not the other? That's weird. Oh, it's because this thing moves. You see this? This thing isn't glued very good. See that? That's the problem. So we got to glue that. Okay, so now that's would be in. Get in there. I mean, that's what happens when you try to stick two in one hole.
I was gonna say, how are they both gonna go in the same hole?
They will. Just it's teamwork.
Not usually the way that works.
Goodness gracious. That is a really tight squeeze.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know with certitude that we're going to get that. It's supposed to fit in there, but it sure doesn't feel like it wants to go. And then this on mine, guys, I just want to show you this. See how that rudder is free? Pretty sure that's not supposed to be like that. So we're going to have to glue that here shortly.
Yep.
So just don't let me forget. Camera crew, please help me remember that. Okay, so I'm going to try something else with these pliers. I'm going to just pull the pliers, pull them together, and see if they stand on top of each other a little bit better. I'm gonna try to push it through. I mean, the screw's backed off, the set screw is backed off, so it should be going in there.
I just don't think the hole is big enough.
Okay, so I've got that freed up. Okay. Let's just try pushing that in at a different angle. Come on. Okay, so you see what happened? This thing popped out. Totally now, that's fine. It's actually better that way now. Okay, so our objective, of course, is to get that push rod into that small hole with the other one. And that is definitely what you're supposed to do. I am in no question about how to do it. It's just actually doing it is different. Sometimes these things go super smooth and other times they don't. Like, did it just line up perfectly that time?
I mean, it lines up, but it doesn't go through.
Can you hold that down, please? It's in right now. It does go through. It's just really hard.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tighten this until we have a chance to center the servo. Okay, so show the people from vertical so they can see what's going on. And then they'll be able to see what we were fighting. See how they're both in the same hole? Mm-hmm. So now, mechanically, they're both interlocked. So I want to center this, but I want to make sure the servo is centered. And the servo is going to be, no, over here. There's the servo. It runs the rudders. Oh man, that thing is really sticky. Okay, I centered that, and this is the elevator. I'm going to center that. That one's centered because it's 90 degrees. Typically, they're going to be centered in that position. Sometimes they're not. It just depends on if they get installed right at the factory. So now I need to glue this to secure that position to the linkage, okay? This one is favoring a little bit to the left, and this one's favoring basically close. So what I need to do now that the push rod's centered is to loosen this and then relax the control surfaces one at a time to centered. Okay, so that's tight now. Okay, so now that that's tight, now I can see where this one will fall once it's glued. It's gonna be a little bit in. So I'm gonna have to glue it first anyway, right?
Probably.
Yeah. Okay, so and all I gotta do is just get a little, well, I wanna say a little bit, but okay, so just a little bit there. I'm gonna try to do this without making a humongous mess, but this would be the type of space where the mess is secondary to getting it in there good. Mm-hmm. Because you're gonna regret it if you try to do this with less glue than you need. Okay. So now we're gonna let that set for a few minutes, see if this one wants to break. It feels like it's attached, but it's not super strong. Now you gotta keep in mind the load on a rudder control surface like this is not that big. So it's not like you're doing an elevator or, flaps that you're going into the brunt of the load. I think the rudder load is gonna be minimal. So I think we're gonna be okay with it. So I'm just gonna kind of err on the side of trying to make not a mess now. And just kind of babysitting this so anything that goops out gets cleaned up. Okay. I'm actually gonna take a little of the excess from the bottom half. There's kind of like a top and a bottom half. Okay, now this is pointed a little bit off to the side. So at this point, I want to try to center it if I can. Just basically loosen that. You can push that square where it should be. We're gonna have to come back to that, I bet, because I think there's a very low probability that we're gonna have that perfectly aligned.
Probably.
Yeah, it'd be nice to let it cook off for a minute, because this would be a good application to actually do it like contact cement.
Right.
So I'm gonna pull that out actually, show the people at home. You see, we've got the contact adhesive there. This kind of breaks down the paint. So we're just gonna let that set up for a few minutes. When it's exposed to the air, it sets up really fast. And then when you mate the two surfaces, it's like, I don't know, I liken it to licking an envelope, and then you stick it together and it's very hard to pull it apart without ripping the paper. So kind of the same scenario. All right, what's next? We'll just have to remember that.
I don't even remember now what was gonna be next.
Now we have to adjust the push rod length until the rudder is dead center, then tighten the screw to lock in place. Insert the fiberglass tube into the left hand right wings. Okay. And connect the wings together. That's one word. Mm-hmm. So the left hand right wings.
So the
Not sure what that means.
it really matters, does it?
Okay. Okay, so that went in there without a vent. I'll take it. And then these wires need to be loosened. They use these golden twisty ties. You're blocking the light pretty bad there. You're still blocking the light. Thank you. Not sure if you can prevent. Okay, so we got all those loose now, because those have to get fed up into the belly of the beast. And that does pass through directly into the wing. It doesn't go through the fuselage at all. The wing is attached to the bottom. Okay, so same thing here. I just have to untwist these twisty ties and take out 2 or 3 delicious pieces of bread. Oh, sorry. I was thinking about something else. Okay, here we go. It is nice that they're gold. They're easy to see. Very simple wing joiner operation. Okay. It's actually a really nice looking wing. Mm-hmm. It's kind of an impressive wing compared to some of the other assembly. You know, I feel like it's going to be a beautiful plane.
Yeah, it looks.
Okay. So we're already bottomed out on this side, on the left-right side.
Mm-hmm. Right, left.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, so all the wires are pulled up. Okay, so that goes together nicely, except for when you stick your wires in between your cheeks. Okay, so actually what I want to do before we continue is I want to see if we have Y cables involved. We have a Y cable already installed on the Escs. We're going to have electronic cables for the lights and electronic cables for the ailerons and flaps. So there's no, I guess they sent me an extra one. That's kind of expensive for them to do that.
Because why would you need
Why would
two?
they need two?
There's only.
Yeah, there's only 3 lights.
Right.
Unless there's only like 2 solid on or something like that. I don't know. It's probably a mistake. Okay, so that's the light controller. This is set up for flashing and on. So this one's flashing and this one's on. Well, that might make sense then. Because if there's only 2 flashing or if there's only 2 flashing and 2 on, then they have to send 2 of these to contribute enough outputs for the 3 lights.
But don't you have
There's three lights.
On, and then, wait.
On, on. So if there's 3 on, see, look, guys. There's only 2 wires. Well, excuse me. This one has 3 flashing and 2 on. Okay? That's why they sent 2. But that's kind of crazy because then I have to take up 2 plugs on my receiver to do that, which they did not provide a Y cable for that. Okay.
Are they going to be flashing or are they going to be on?
They're going to be on. They're always solid on. Flashing lights are only for like beacons.
Right. Okay, that's what I was thinking.
So the set of 2, and then the set of 2. These are the ones that we need. So for any of the LEDs, now maybe they paired them up. Like, see, what I don't understand is why didn't they just make one plug for both lights over here?
Right.
Well, it's probably so people can replace them if they need to and things like this. I mean, there's a positive and negative wire that goes out to an LED. It's not like rocket science here. So I think they're just trying to keep it cheap and simple so that they have less factory assembly that they're paying for. But at the same time, they send out a whole nother control unit.
And are you going to have enough plugs on the receiver?
I don't know. We'll find out, I guess.
Okay.
Well, in worst case scenario, I guess you'll have to use a Y cable, but why would they not provide a Y cable that's like this as opposed to providing... Well, I can show you another way to do it, actually. Okay, so here's my other solid on. Some people might want a flashing light too.
What's that one for?
What? Is there a third one? Whoa. What the heck? What? So they sent another one? That's just the plug that comes out of here that goes out to the lights, okay?
But does that plug have enough plugs?
No.
To only use one?
No, I don't. I think they were confused.
I think so. I'm confused.
They probably use their English translator for that part of the project.
Apparently so.
Okay, so it's not a big deal though, guys. It's really not. Because you're gonna be able to use these to have all 3 solid lights on. And really, I don't know if this is just doing your current limiting resistor in here, because you need a current limiting resistor on an LED, or if we could just use voltage from the positive and negative from the BEC, which is any positive and negative from any servo connection in this whole circuit. I'm not sure. Okay, and then you've got these just hanging out there. You know, like that's not exactly cool to just have those hanging out there.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of extra.
Well, it's stuff that could short out, and
right.
I don't like that. So in fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these and see if I can plug them in from the behind of the previous connector, see if it'll go in there. Yeah, it does. So you see what I'm doing? I'm essentially just protecting the tips. Okay, so like this is going to go in there. It's just protecting the tips from shorting against everything. And you can tape over them, but that'll give me something to tape to. I can just tape up those ends, and then it's safe. In fact, because I want to try to do this somewhat stock, I don't want to do some weird modification that's harder for people that don't have all the tools to do. I'm just going to tape over these with electrical tape.
Okay.
And then as far as plugging into the receiver, we have flaps and retracts on this, so I don't know. Maybe we'll have to plug into the bind plug when we're done binding, because that'll still give us power.
Right.
And ground, which is what we need. Okay, so we got that tip taped. It's the most critical part. So simple like that. And see, what I don't want to have happen is I don't want these to be dangling around in here and then positive to negative here, and that short circuits your plane. And then your BEC gets fried. Your battery eliminator circuit See, positive to positive is going to do nothing because these are just Y cables anyway. You could just cut the cables off too, but I kind of like the idea of being able to use this again.
Right.
For something else if I decide to do so later. I mean, I probably won't, but suppose I do. I want to know that I have the option to do that. Okay, see how the positive goes into the positive side? It's not really designed to do this, I'm just making it work. So the positive is towards you guys. Okay, see how the red and the red line up? So then it just becomes a parallel connection. So there's like a 0% probability of this bumping into another wire and then causing your plane to crash. You just have to worry about the other reasons why your plane might crash.
It's always a bummer.
And then this one has an additional plug that's going to need to be taped as well. But I need to tape this first so that it's separate because that's another part of the circuit. So I want to make sure that I don't want to commingle the electrons.
Like a super lame electrical joke.
Made up technical joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad you know. Okay, so here we go. All right, here we go. So that's good. So now the lights will just need to plug into 2 servo plugs, okay? So you can see how that goes. I've got the left wing and the right wing. It doesn't really matter. It's just they're all solid on now. Right. And if you didn't care, you could do it all with one controller. If you had like the white light was flashing, you could do it with one controller. And that simplifies things significantly. So there's also retracts. Oh crap, are the retracts already wired up in there? Oh, by the way, we got to tack this thing in here. You ready?
Oh, yep.
Remember our glue was tacking up? The contact cement. So it should be nice and tacky. So I'm actually kind of moving the rudder into the, oh yeah, that's real tacky now. Oh yeah. See? That worked really nice. And you see it's not perfectly lined up. It's close, but it's not perfect. Okay, so it needs to come in just a hair. But then again, this one kind of looks like it maybe needs to go just a hair as well. So I'm going to loosen this. Okay, then I can just, now I can just center it. Boom. Just center this and center that. And this is where it's kind of tricky because when you start to tighten, it wants to kind of walk the whole control surface over a little bit. That's where you're going to just kind of have to grin and bear it a little bit and then adjust it as needed, either on the servo or the trim. Mm-hmm. Okay, so this is tight, that's tight. Now we can put this back on. Obviously, we'll be jumping back into the wiring here shortly. Okay, so we're gonna use the short screw. So it goes in there, no problem. It just slips around that shaft. And then this screw, the short 2.8 millimeter or whatever it is, 2 millimeter, what is it? It's not 2 millimeter, 8 millimeter. Can you hold that down, please, camera crew? Thank you. Now, that is a pretty decent assembly. It's strong. It's just a pain to put together. Let's get right down to it. That looks really good, though. Everything is nice and square. That's cool. It's very light. See how light it is.
Wow.
So it's funny, the fuselage on a twin engine plane is always really light. Mm-hmm. And then the wing is always really heavy. So that's pretty cool. I'm excited with this one because it looks way better than I thought it might look. It had the possibility of sucking bad, and yet it didn't. Because even though the assembly was horrible, it feels good now. It feels solid. Mm-hmm. And sometimes you get a plane and they suck to put together, and then they also suck flying, and they suck for every reason. This one's actually just kind of sucks on the way together.
Having them screwed together makes them so much easier. Sturdy.
Well, yeah. I mean, I agree. It does. And I just don't understand why they couldn't get there. You know what else you could do? You know what else you could do?
What?
Okay, look. You remember how I did it? You could take this thing, come in close. You could plug 2 of these wires in to there, okay? And then you could split off to 3. Ha! That's what we're gonna do. That's what they wanted you to do. So they meant to provide only one of these. Camera crew, you were correct.
I know.
As usual.
Yes.
You're welcome. Okay, look. This is what we're gonna do. We are gonna take, I want that one because I didn't tape it up the same way. Okay, so if you look at this, there's a flashing on plus and minus that comes out here. And then this is the flashing on. I don't want any flashing. Well, I mean.
Not
not here.
All right.
Well, maybe, I mean.
Not now.
Then on, that's on all the time. So look what I'm gonna do. See how there's a red and brown and a red and brown? So now when I do this, I'm gonna end up with 3 that come out on one side and 2 that come out on the other. So that gives us 5 possible solid ons. Then I get to tape these up. My camera crew has quite the affinity for all the work that China does for us. She really does.
Makes me smile.
Okay. So sometimes I think about that too because everything is made in China, right? Not everything, but a lot of stuff is made in China.
Yep.
But then I think, you know, when you work on technical machinery and you have to install and set up items that are made overseas, you know, sometimes it's kind of nice to know that you're going to still have a job, even if they're making your thing somewhere else. But some poor guy used to make it here. Okay, see this? Now we have 2 extras. So what do we do with the 2 extras? It's going to be like deja vu, folks. I wonder if I could just slide them in. No, that's not going to work. That'd be way too easy. I'm going to slide it in. Ooh, just find the back door and slide it in. And then I'm going to do the same exact tape thing that I did earlier. That was a lot more sensical. Sensical. Ow.
That's why you should always listen to the camera crew.
Well, I mean, did you really know that's what you meant?
Someone has to read the instructions.
Did the instructions say to do that?
No.
I was going to say.
Someone has to be here to observe the parts that you're not looking at when you're laser focused on what you think you know already.
Well, I'm laser focused on trying to put things together. You're right. Okay, so that'll keep the short circuit hazard to a minimum. I mean, there's obviously a hazard of short circuiting a plane from a million other things. Okay, so that's now going to be our LEDs. Okay, great. Then there's this excess that I'm just going to, see this? It's just a lot of extra wire.
Yeah.
Okay, but luckily it's a small wire, so it doesn't constitute a lot of wasted weight, maybe. Oh, yes, it does. So disgusting. There's so many unnecessary wires, good Lord. There is no way for me to, because see, if I plug this one in, there's 2 lines that go to 3 and there's 2 lines that go to 2. So the only way for me to do it is to take this connector apart and rearrange it so that 3 of the wires have non-flash and 2 of the wires have flash. And yes, I know how to do that, but I'm not going to bore you with it, except I will. I'm just going to show you. I'm not going to do it. I promise. The camera crew is giving me the look. So if you look at this connector, that goes into there, okay? This is what plugs in there. If I flip this over, then your negative is going to be brown and your positive is going to be red. So you could hypothetically do that, but then you would have to remember that your wires plug in backward to your LEDs, or you'll burn them out. Potentially burn them out. You might burn them out if the current limiting resistor is not set up right. Okay? So you could hypothetically do that. Because these pins are not keyed in any way on this Stala connector. These are keyed because of the connector housing, not the connector itself.
Right.
Okay? Did that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, alternatively, you can actually take a screwdriver or an X-Acto knife like this, and you can lift this piece of plastic here. Are you focused? Mm-hmm. You can lift that piece of plastic and look what happens. pulls out. Okay. See that? Then you can flip-flop your red and your brown. Okay. That would constitute the right way of doing it, because then you could eliminate a ton of wiring.
Right.
Which is more important, eliminating a ton of wiring or bundling it up?
Bundling it up.
You're so full of it. We should just do it right. Okay, anyway, so this is probably landing gear. This is.
Can I point out?
What?
Yeah, none of those are labeled.
None of these are labeled. Okay.
It's my next favorite step.
Okay, so the next step for us is to get this thingy out. This is going to be much easier than doing it the alternative way. So this thingy is a servo tester. We're going to hook up a 3S battery. We're going to hook up a 3S battery. This is a smart tester. And I don't know if we need to actually hook up the balance lead, but we're going to do it anyway. Okay, so wow, look, it's charged. So now we're going to press and hold this button. And then we're going to go up to, whoops. Sorry. I'm going to go back, press this briefly. We go to servo test and start, okay? So press goes down, press it goes up, press it goes up, and then you can move it like this. Now it's in the center. So what's going to happen is typically with, well, like with the lights, you could also test this because this is going to act a lot like a BEC in this case, okay? So I can plug the servo plug in, and this is not going to need the signal. Whoa, you're moving the chair when you do that.
Oh, sorry. I hate filming this thing. It's so hard to see.
I know. See the lights? Look. What the heck is that?
That one red?
Is it supposed to be red?
I doubt it. I mean,
those are not RGB LEDs. That's just a red LED. Is it really supposed to be red?
you can't see it on
There's no way it's supposed to be red. That's ridiculous.
Hey, I have a super awesome idea.
It could be flashing.
Or you could unplug it and not have that light, and then you would only have to use one of those things and just have it red and green.
You just like being right too much. It's really irritating.
I mean, when it happens all the time,
you just get used to it.
I can't help it.
Okay, guys, I'm glad I tested that. It's really annoying that it's red, okay? Why the heck is it red, Dynam? Seriously. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm just having visions about our future. I'm having visions about our future and what we'll be doing. Okay, I just got lucky and unplugged the right one.
Good
okay?
job. I love it.
Now that the right one is unplugged, I am going to unplug this. I'm going to take the controller module, which is here. I could just take one for the team. Okay, so.
We are taking one for the team.
That's true, we are. That's a very good point, very good point. Okay, so this one here. So these two. Okay. Camera crew, would you, oh shoot, sorry.
Do you need that one?
No, I don't need it now.
Right now.
I'll grab it. I'll grab it in a sec. Ow, stabbed myself. Felt good. Thank you. Appreciate your vote of confidence. Now, I am going to take and make the red light flashing so it's evil. I want it to look like the evil R2-D2. Man, everybody was making fun of R2-D2 the other day in the Fox.
Poor guy.
I must have mentioned it. Did I mention something about R2-D2?
Did you? I don't think you did.
I think I did. I think I said something about it. But that's okay. Here, hold that. Thanks. Appreciate that. All right, let's see how ridiculous this looks now. Yeah, we'll just go in the back door, in the back door, in the back door. And then finally to the LED.
That looks electrically approved.
It is. It's perfectly safe. Oh, look. Yay. Okay. Since it's not right, I like it better this way.
Flashing?
Yeah. Yeah, it's good. Okay, so it's the way it's gonna be. I'm done playing with it for now. So now we need to figure out what the other things do. and how, okay? So what this is gonna do is this is gonna simulate the signal. I gotta wake it up. Now we can tell which one's ailerons, which one's flaps, and which ones are gear. Brown goes toward me in this case. That sounded like a gear to me. I need to tip this up, so these Y cables could be laid right here. I can lift this up.
I think it was a flap, wasn't it?
Okay. Okay, would you mind, camera crew, we are going to mark these, or how about this? I'll just search for the other flap. That'll be even easier.
Do you want me to just hold the one we know?
I do, but I know you need your hands to film, so.
I mean,
I'm just gonna do it like with a Y cable. That'll be my marker.
okay. That makes sense too.
Okay. So that light thing was kind of stupid, guys. I'm sorry we didn't know that ahead of time, but that was pretty ridiculous.
I couldn't have known.
This is the heavy duty one, so I think it's the same. So I'm just gonna hedge my bets and then I will correct it if I'm wrong. I kind of doubt I am because you can tell the thickness of the cable when you're holding it. Although that is a longer cable, so that's a little bit disconcerting. Oh yeah. Oh.
Yep.
Sounds so smooth. Nice looking from the top. They are not even. That's way off.
Yeah, but do we deal with that now or later?
Well, yeah, we can deal with it now. We'll deal with it later. I don't know if you guys could feel the stink eye on that one, but it was real. It's a real thing. No, she won that one, that battle. I tried, sorry. We'll come back to it maybe, if I remember. Okay, so I'm guessing these are retracts. Those are like the crappiest leads on them.
Yeah,
Which is so funny because retracts are kind of like a heavy duty thing.
Do you want those to work?
Yeah, and they use a lot of power. So you would think they would need a pretty heavy duty wire. These two are the same type of wire, so I'm gonna make an educated guess that they are the same.
You just assume things.
No, I'm making an educated guess and I will test. Once I test, then I will be done. That's not an assumption, that's guess and check. Okay. Okay, cool. We'll need to center those too.
Oh, good.
Big surprise, right? That's not really that big a deal to do, but it'd be kind of cool. Throw me a bone, Dynam.
So, do you have another Y cable?
You don't need another Y cable. There's a three-way splitter, more than likely right here. Where's the three-way splitter? There's the wire there. There's a three-way splitter, it looks like. I'm not sure where the receiver is. Hopefully I don't find out it's in the canopy.
Oh, goodness.
Where is it?
Where is it, though?
Like, I see the wires back here, but I don't see a... There's not a three-way splitter either, because there's not a retract on the tail, of course. And I didn't think about that.
Oh.
Oh, this thing is really stuck in here. Okay, there we go. Paint. Okay, so this one gets untwisted. Yeah, so there's not a receiver in there. So this one would be a plug and fly.
Are you sure?
So that means that they're short on this one too. I mean, where's the receiver?
Where is it supposed to be?
Where the receiver would be in that place.
Okay, and the dude's feet.
Not making any gamble on that. I see feet in there too. Yeah, there's no receiver in here. The receiver must go like here or on top of the wing. Probably on top of the wing, more than likely, to be honest. Oh, it's already here. That's a Y cable. You would not have a Y cable hooked up to your rudder and elevator, typically. Sometimes the model manufacturers will do a Y cable on the rudder and elevator so they can tuck the wire up in. Okay?
But is this hooked up to anything? What's this?
That's the rudder and elevator. The rudder and elevator, hon. That's what makes the plane like go.
Is that how that works?
The rudder and elevator servos were hooked together with a Y cable. The Y cable that was necessary for the landing gear.
Oh, okay. It's been a long day.
Has it really been that long? It seems like it's been a long day, but I don't know. Maybe we just didn't drink enough water.
That's the problem. I need to take a break.
Oh, jeez. Okay, so this is the landing gear. Okay, so the landing gear. So yeah, but there is no receiver here. Pretty obvious. There's no receiver unless I, am missing something, which I don't think I am at this point. This is the next step, our favorite step. Skylord 40 amp UBEC. It's got a 3 amp at 5 volts BEC. That's a battery eliminator circuit. Typically, the battery eliminator circuit is going to feed back 12 volts. Or not 12 volts, I suppose there's big ones that would do that. Normally it's 5 volts at 3 amps, according to this. What people will sometimes do is they will clip the positive wire on one of the two ESCs. I'm not going to do that.
Why would you do that?
Just because people are paranoid about gremlins. Gremlins, goblins, and things.
Do those have to go a certain way?
Yeah, they go into the gold holes.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I'm so glad I stuck around for that.
Yeah. No, they go. You're not going to know until they're done. So I'm just going to kind of more or less do them the same way. This is a brushless motor. You don't know what direction they plug in until you test it, and then and then you flip 2 leads. Okay. Now, on like an industrial motor, they're going to tell you the way the windings are wired, but you may still have to do this. This is basically a variable frequency drive controller. That's what I like to think of. It's like you're taking a DC input and you're running an AC motor.
That's how I would have explained it.
Yeah. Is that really, that's how you do it? Okay.
After 16 years, that's how I would explain it.
So what that means for you, if you're not used to doing radio-controlled airplanes, which this would be a horrible first plane, just because of the complexity of putting it together. It's not because it's going to be hard to fly necessarily, although it could be horrible to fly. I haven't flown it yet. No. There's just a lot of things that they assume you know in Dynam aircraft. So if you get the right Dynam aircraft, there'll be no problem. But if you're getting a plug-and-fly, plug-and-play, PNP, there's finish levels. The highest finish level is Smart Ready to Fly, SRTF.
Yes.
That's going to give you everything. It's going to be ready to go. You just open the box, put the wing on, build everything, and then put the battery. The battery's provided, the charger's provided, the transmitter's provided, the batteries are provided. Everything is ready to go. You still have to assemble it.
Yep.
But once you get it flying, it's all set up. So you shouldn't have to do steps like this necessarily. But then there's another level that's called bind and play in this environment. Everybody else calls it bind and fly. But bind and play would be where you have a receiver installed. And then all you have to do is when you're done and you use your transmitter, you would bind to the aircraft. Okay, which we're going to be doing the plug and play or plug and fly as some of the other competitive brands will call it. Plug and play means that you have to plug all your wires into your own provided receiver. You provide your own receiver. So give me just 1 second. So this is a Detram transmitter, okay? And we use this. This is their programmable choice. I previously had been flying on a DX18, which is a much more sophisticated, much more expensive. This is an old Gen 1 transmitter, and it's configurable, programmable, what do you want to call that? Whatever you want to call that. If you get a ready to fly, you'll get something like this, okay? And then what I'm currently using for most of my models is I'm using the NX6, which is my newest technology from Horizon, okay? So I kind of think if I'm going to be getting plug-in flies, I should be using this. So when I got this DT9, the DT9 came with this Detram Tech SR86A-G, which is evidently the same as the ones that come in the plane as a bind and fly, except that it also supports GPS. So these things have, see, that's A, not -G, mine's -G. Okay, so in this package, if you buy this thing, and I know nothing about it, other than the fact that it's black and it has 2 antennas, and it's got telemetry, okay? That's all I know.
And stabilization.
And it does evidently have stabilization. So how do you use stabilization? I don't know. I'm assuming you have to assign a channel for that. So this is what we're gonna plan on using. So let's just pull this out and see how it looks. Got a micro USB plug there. I don't know what that's for, probably for programming. There's a bind button, which is there. There's an LED. Channel 1 through 8, and then GPS inputs. Okay. GPS has a double cable. I don't really know if I even want to put the GPS in this, to be honest. I have zero interest in having the GPS in there. Let's see what this instruction manual says. If you guys are into having GPS, good for you. I'm just not my thing. All right, that looks pretty Chinese to me. That looks pretty Chinese to me as well. Oh, there we go. There's English. Okay, so you need to mount it in one of those orientations, okay? So basically when we're done with this, we're gonna have to just make sure everything's working right. I don't know if you have to use the GPS to make this work. So we'll pause it here for a second and I'll read through this a little bit. You can see it comes with double-sided tape too. One for the GPS module, and then that's got an arrow for forward. And then, I don't know if you guys could connect the dots or if maybe you couldn't see it very good. This would unwind like this. So you're limited to about that far on your cable. And then this is not really keyed. So how the heck would you know which way to plug it in? Because that's gonna go either way. That's not very helpful. See, it goes that way. But I'm assuming it would also go the other way. Yep. Okay, well that's kind of scary. So which way does it go then? I guess what you could do is you could look at the way the pins are exposed, and then maybe you could compare that against another plug. But look, they're
exposed on both sides.
They're exposed on both sides, yeah. Well, which way does it go? Do you see anything about the GPS module on here?
I haven't seen it yet. I was kind of trying to read over your shoulder.
4 different flight modes: gyro on, normal, aerobatic, and auto recovery, auto balance, auto leveling. It can be programmed from the matched transmitter. It cannot connect to GPS to achieve return. I think what they're trying to say is it doesn't have a return to home position, or home, return to home, I guess. The port description is in the table below. Okay, that doesn't talk about it at all yet. You need only 1 piece of double-sided tape each time. A soft or thick mounting may hinder the performance of the gyro. Don't use a belt. Don't use a belt to mount it. Oh, a zip tie.
Like a zip tie, yeah.
They want the 2 antennas at 90 degrees of each other, not in parallel. That's normal. Looks like maybe the... Okay, return mode. Adding path controlled based on auto recovery return mode. It allows the airplane to automatically plan the path, lead the airplane back to the starting point. Height is controllable during the return flight. You can exit the return mode at any time by waving the return switch, supporting 1 button return and signal loss return. Okay, so.
But it doesn't look like it has to use the GPS to work.
Well, if I was depending on this thing to work, I would sure want to know which way to plug this in.
Yes.
Because I don't see anywhere on here that tells you how to do that.
No.
I mean, I would assume that if you plug it in wrong, you're going to know it's not working because it's not going to work.
Is it possible that it would work both ways?
I mean, I don't know because I'm looking at the GPS plug drawing here and it says there's basically SCL, VDD, GND, then it's SDA, GPS RX, and GPS TX. So if you were to plug this in one way and then you were to plug it in the other way, it would never work both ways, that I can tell.
And there's nothing else.
There's no key, there's no number.
Mark.
Yeah, so I'm not sure how you would even know what to plug, like what direction to plug it in. It's not immediately evident to me. There might be, but see, that's in the heat shrink there, you see?
Yeah, that's what I was looking at, but it's just
It's
on
just
the
a
heat
cut
shrink.
in the heat shrink, see? And this isn't keyed or pinned at all. And I'm looking at the heat shrink the way it's depressed and it just doesn't show itself anywhere. So I don't know. I mean, the only other thing we could do is try to slide this through and see if we could recognize a color. But like I would know what those colors are. I would have to know what colors mean what from a GPS sensor. Okay, so I don't know. I would say at this point, I'm not going to risk a plane over that guesswork because I don't even care to put it in.
Right.
Okay, so that's a little bit disappointing. So now, how would we know where things plug in and what to do to go from where we are now, which is plane upside down, wing not installed, to where we need to be, which is a flying airplane? This is the tough part, where you have to kind of decide your next step. We could do a little bit more investigation on this transmitter and receiver setup, which I think we've already decided we're going to go ahead and use this because it is a Dynam product. For me, it would be easier to just use a Spectrum product because that's what I'm used to, but I want you guys to see how this works. So if you decide to buy this, great. If you don't decide to buy it, I don't care what you buy for a receiver. It doesn't make a difference to me. I just want you to be happy, and if this thing sucks, then you're going to know it because I'm going to tell you that. I don't think it will, though. It's probably high quality. It's just that it's just not something I'm used to. Okay, so that all being understood, let's start plugging things in. Well, where do we plug things in? Good question.
There's a chart.
It says right here. Okay, so we have throttle. Where's throttle?
2, I'm assuming.
What do you mean 2?
Is it going to go in order?
I don't know. It says right there, doesn't it? Oh my goodness, it doesn't. Are you kidding me? The port descriptions are listed in the table for each channel. So aileron, throttle, gear, aux2, elevator. That is a very weird way of laying them out. Unless it's aileron, rudder, throttle, auxiliary 1. Again, that makes no sense at all.
If you look,
I'm just gonna look on the receiver, or excuse me, the transmitter. So we'll take the lanyard off for easy figurings. It's out of the way. Let's look over my shoulder. This is the way I do it with the Spectrum one, by the way. Same exact process to figure it out. So I'm gonna turn this on. The last model we did was a biplane. It didn't have flaps, it didn't have retracts. So I'm gonna click model set, model parameter. Select. Whoops, I wanna go back. That'll clear your model, by the way. You gotta be careful. System set, channel monitor, function set, model parameter. Okay, so these are the parameters of the model. Model set. Okay, so it says model number 1, okay? See, now you can tell where the blank ones are. Okay, so I'm just gonna go model 2. Then I go to model name, and I guess in this case I need to call this the BF-110. So I'm gonna click, and then scroll through. Of course I went the wrong way, sorry guys. B. F. And we'll pause while I scroll numbers in because that's not very exciting. Okay, so you may notice that we don't have very many characters to choose from, so I can't put the model size, which is a bit of a bummer, but that's fine. So the model mode is going to be mode 2, transmitter set, channel set. Okay, so channel set, we can see what they are here. So that's what we're going to use. So in that case, I don't know what they prefer in the Dynam world, but we're going to know by looking at this. So evidently, those are just where the buttons, where the switches are set, but then it shows channel 1 all the way through auxiliary 4. So ailerons is channel 1. So channel 1 is ailerons. Crap, I don't remember which one's which, hon.
it was the not as thick cables.
The thinner ones?
Yeah, if you can tell.
These ones? No, those were retracts.
No, of the two.
Of the two what?
Of the two, like, nicer wires, you were like, oh, when the flaps, you're like, these are the heavy-duty ones.
Okay. I think I got a better idea. Flaps. Okay. So I'm looking for ailerons. Whoops. Okay, so that's ailerons.
Okay.
I just heard them jump to life. Yep. So ailerons are going to go into port 1. And it looks like they have not indicated exactly which direction they line up. And I'm looking for it if it's printed. It's not printed. Are you
It's in here. No.
kidding me?
Signal is closest to the top of the thing. So
What?
signal goes towards the channel marker.
Okay, so ground is away, like this.
Yes.
Okay, so that's ailerons. Then we want to go to elevator, which is yet to be plugged in over there. Then we want throttle. Okay, throttle is important, so we want to be real careful with that. I'm just double checking the colors. Colors. Okay, so ground is going away from us. So then we need a rudder, which is again yet to be determined. And then gear, which is the small ones. The small and crappy wires. Okay, so we skip one for the rudder, and then we go to gear. Okay. Then we have channel 6, which would be probably flaps. Is that what it is?
Well, it's just aux 1, 2, 3, 4 for the rest of them.
Okay, that's fine. Well, it doesn't. We don't need any more beyond that, so
right.
Should be okay. Okay, so we've got that. So now the lights we can just plug into any port. There isn't a bind plug on this. Just keep that in mind, guys. So this is just kind of wherever you want to plug it into any of the channels, or you could also Y off of any available channel as well.
But if you use this receiver, you would have enough ports if you use the two things like you originally had it.
Well, we have enough ports on it, but you can do a Y cable and you don't have to give up because that's a channel, you can do something with that. So now we have to probably do a little bit of cable management to get this so that it can all be stuck together into the other aircraft half. And I think we're just gonna have to grin and bear it because I hadn't planned on doing any cable management yet, but I don't know how else we can do it. Camera crew, do you have any ideas on when it would make sense to do that beyond now? Because we have to put the two halves together at some point.
Where is the receiver going to get mounted?
I think in the wing.
Okay.
So we know which direction it's faced.
Okay.
Okay, so we got these little zip ties. And the reason we're doing the cable management now is because we have to figure out where we can actually mount the wing. I'm assuming that this gap here, you see how this is gonna sit down in there? So it looks like this would be a good place to mount the receiver if it'll fit. I'm just not sure. It looks like maybe here where the feet are of the pilot. I hope that doesn't cause problems. It's just, I'm not sure yet. I'm a little bit nervous about it, but we can test fit it.
Okay, that was gonna be my next question.
We're gonna have to.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be an option.
Right.
So I think for now, I don't know, because this is gonna have to be mounted in such a way that it can be going forward or backward as prescribed in the manual. So I guess for now, we're gonna have to just lay it out and get a little bit of cable management done right now.
Okay.
Not ideal timing for that, by the way, because you may be doing cable management and backing yourself into a corner here.
Right.
So I don't know if there's an easier way to do it. So let's just assume it's going to go there for now, which I could be totally wrong on that. I hope I'm not. I don't think I will be, but it's totally possible. So I'm just chasing back to where there seemed to be a little bit extra on one half compared to the other half. It's like from one wing versus the other wing. Okay. So I'm just trying to tie up the excess from one circuit. In this case, we're talking about, you know, like ailerons together or flaps together. And that's just a personal preference. I'm going to have a little bit more weight because of that, because I'll have a handful more zip ties, probably 3 or 4 more zip ties than I would have had to otherwise. Historically, I've had pretty good luck with cable management. I haven't had a lot of problems, but there's been a few planes that have been troublesome. This does not seem like it's going to be free from that problem. See, because like, where do you put the ESCs? I don't know yet.
Can the ESCs go into the body?
They can, and they're going to have to. In fact, this is going to go up in like this, and then that's going to go to the nose of the plane, because that's where you're going to plug in your battery.
Yep.
Which, yes, you can use an IC3 to plug into an XT60. It's a little bit harder to plug in, but it'll go just fine. Because I'm going to use Smart Packs in this. Smart Packs, of course, being a Horizon product. Horizon Hobby Spectrum product. It's the same company if you guys weren't aware. Okay, so this is just not really going that well right here. So I feel like maybe the best thing to do would be to try to double this back on itself like that. But then I feel like I'm going to lose my length that I need to get the job done. This cable bundle is going to be a bit of a problem, I bet. Okay. So we're just going to get as far as we can here. Okay, so now that everything is sort of tied up to a degree, it's not like it's perfect, and it doesn't have to be perfect. We just have to have it good enough to get everything stuck together, as in the wing on the plane. Then we can start manipulating things together to see how they fit. Okay, so now that we have that, I think we're just going to have to see how that goes when we try to marry them up together.
Okay.
Because look how long those wires are. And I don't know which one's which yet. So we're going to figure that out right now.
Okay.
Doesn't matter which one's which, just matters that we plug them in. Because then it'll spring to life. Okay. Got to plug them into the right one. Okay. So this is the rudder. You remember the rudder? It was further down on the list, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a gap here. It goes in the second gap in that event. That is going to be extremely difficult to plug in. And then this one's obviously going to be for us the elevator. So same thing, ground goes to that side. Okay, so that's plugged in. So now we have to figure out where we can try to do this so that the antenna doesn't get damaged either. We may have to mount that sideways too, camera crew. Man, there's a lot of wires and stuff.
Yeah, there is.
Okay, so we might have to pause and we'll reset. All right, so we moved the plane onto the plane stand, and what I did was I kind of had to renegotiate the wires a little bit. I ended up throwing one zip tie around this whole bundle, and then the two ESCs, I just stuffed them up in here, and I dragged this through to the nose. So that was all kind of like moving it from there to here, so I apologize, it was just too awkward to capture. All the wires are landed as we discussed. And then all I've got to do is I'm thinking about putting this way. Now I have to get to it to bind it. So it's going to end up like this. The antennas can be repositioned, but I have to stick it in there in some orientation with the aircraft, and I don't think I have enough width to go flat. That's what I originally had hoped to do. So according to the drawing on the document or on the instruction manual, it says that you have to have the leads going forward. The heading is forward. You can have it facing up, facing down, facing right, or facing left. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't seem to care what direction it is as long as it's, and I'm sure we'll have to set that up at some point. But anyway, this is where I'm going to put it, but you have to press the bind button. So my expectation is I'm probably gonna, I don't know if I have to simulate that position like this before I put it together, but we're gonna have to bind it. The good news is the motors are safe right now, and I can also get to the motor leads because I need to know that they're gonna spin the right direction, which would be counterclockwise. And the way we know that is the same as any other application. We're gonna look, what direction are they gonna go? They're gonna go counterclockwise. So we'll have to do that after we get the radio system set up. So this build is just all kind of goofy. So I'm going to turn on the transmitter. We've already made our basic model. We're on model number 2, which is the BF-110. Okay. And so I'm ready to bind it. I just don't have all my settings done, like throttle cut and all the different timers and things like this. So for now, I think what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and try to get the binding done so then we can mount it. And then we can mess with all the settings and make sure the motors are going the right direction. Okay. Which reminds me, I think we probably need to put a piece of tape on the motor so we can see what direction they're spinning. It's really hard to tell the direction of rotation without something attached. And since we aren't going to be attaching tape, or excuse me, since we aren't going to attach the prop themselves right now, I want to just put a little bit of tape on each side. And that'll help us to distinguish the direction that they're rotating. It'll probably shoot it off, but that's okay. I just need to know if it's going which way.
Right.
Because if they're wrong, what do we have to do, camera crew?
Unplug 2 of the wires on the ESCs and switch them.
Yep. Okay, so I think in this case, I'm going to simulate the position. I'm not sure that I have to do that, but I'm going to do it just because I'm using my past experience to make that decision. Well, let's set up throttle cut too.
Okay.
Function set.
Transmitter set. Channel monitor. Transmitter set. System set. Transmitter set. Model parameter.
Throttle hold. This is switch SH. So you just scroll to SH, and you can test by looking at the throttle, and then it works. But when you have that switch pulled back, it works. Okay, so then you can hit back, and then I'm going to go to monitor.
Channel monitor.
See the throttle? Now it's on. Now it's throttle hold is on. Okay. So I want to try something else. Yeah, good. So it always goes back to -100. Okay, so throttle cut or throttle hold is on. This sticks down just for good muscle memory practice. And the transmitter, I'm just going to position it so that it's roughly in the same position it's going to be when we use it. I don't know if that's necessary, but we're going to do it anyway. So I'm just going to drop it kind of into this crevasse here, because I cannot assemble it otherwise and get to that switch.
Right.
So I don't know how they expect us to do it. If there's some trick that I'm missing, I don't think there is. Okay, so I'm plugging in the XT60. Do you guys see this? I can plug in an XT60. The trick is when you use an IC through with an XT60, you have to kind of ride the corner on the bottom. Okay, and it's not super duper easy to get them in all the time. Sometimes they're easier than others. But as you can see, oops, my transmitter is on, so I'm actually going to turn it off. Show them the flashing light from over here. Okay, then I'm going to press this button. Okay, so it's a slow flash. And then this is the bind switch. You hold that up. Can you flip that switch, please?
Which?
The switch that's under my thumb. Under my thumb.
Right. Okay. This.
Okay, so the light went to green. Okay, so everything is bound. Something's buzzing. Elevator, rudder. That's the gear. Okay, so that works pretty easy, pretty simple stuff. Okay, cool. So just checking to see if I have the flaps already attached. Something is making noise. It's the rudder. Look. Feels really stiff. The elevator feels pretty good. It's definitely the rudder servo.
Okay.
Okay. So now the next thing I need to do is figure out if I can spin the motors up. So throttle cuts off. Okay, they're moving. This one's going that way. That one's also going that way. See? So it's going that way. Do you agree? Mm-hmm. And this one's obviously going that way. Okay? So we have them both going counterclockwise. So see how this one's not turning on at the same time? We can actually set that so that they come on at the same time. And the way you do that is you have to do a special calibration. It's really easy. Since the props are off, this is a good time. Throttle cut is off. It's off. I'm going to throttle all the way up to 100%, which is strange, I know. Initiate the aircraft. It's level so that it started. Notice it's green. Okay, it was red before. okay? Now, listen. Sticks down. So you hear how it's beeping? Mm-hmm. So the ESC beeps. One beep is the brake. All the way up. All the way down. Usually you just have to lower the stick all the way down. So I might have got into a weird spot. I'm gonna shut this off. Okay, so can you stay over on this side? Because I'm trying to get you to see this light. There's a light on the LED. Okay, so I'm gonna try to turn this back on. The throttle stick is gonna be all the way up. This is gonna teach the ESCs the range of throttle. See how it goes green? Okay. Now down, all the way. We're listening for the regular arm. There we go. Okay, so there's our normal arm. And that was 3 beeps, meaning 3 cells in series. Okay, 3S, okay? Okay, so now 0. 0 is 0. See how they both run really at the same speed? And they both shut off at the same speed, almost. Really, really, really close. And then they both go up at the same speed, run at the same speed. Okay, so that's an important step you may or may not have to make. I don't know if it was 100% necessary, really close, but what'll happen is one will start early and it'll always yaw the plane a little bit. And then as you go through the range, this one's gonna be at 76%, this one will be at 79%, this one will be at 85, this will be at 89, and so on and so forth. Okay, so also you'll notice that this thing doesn't initiate until it's in the learned home position from when we first initiated it, okay? So I was probably correct in that. I might still have some more setup to do on that. So now that we have that initial setup, I can turn this transmitter off. I can lay the battery out of the way. This stuff is new to us on this setup, so we're still learning it too. Now we need to get this mounted somewhere. And so just looking at where this can fit, I have plenty of length on these 2 wires for the elevator and rudder. And I'm really wanting to kind of put this up in here because I feel like that's a good clean spot for it. And then I can negotiate the rest of the wires around it. So that's my tentative plan. And if I run into a problem, obviously I'll have to pivot a little bit, but got these 3M tape that came with the receiver. So it looks like just one, they're kind of like 2 squares put together. See, it's kind of like 2 break apart squares. So I'm gonna stick this on there, just center it up. Press pretty hard actually. That's good tape. That should work good. All right, so now this is gonna go in here. Now, you guys have already kind of seen what you need to see for the positioning and everything, but you'll notice also that these wires are gonna be buried in here, you know? And there's just a whole lot you can't do about that. It's just the way it's gonna be. You're not gonna be able to see it much. Okay, so now normally I would do the antennas now because the antennas are supposed to be at 90 degrees of one another. So I'm gonna grab some tape and some scissors. This one's gonna be kind of tough because it's just a tight spot in there. But once I tape the antennas, the antennae, then I can start putting things together. Okay, so I'm gonna rotate this one back and just tape it flat like this, because I don't think, well, we might need to go up just a hair. See how this thing sticks into there? Oh boy, I wonder if that's gonna go all the way in, is it?
I
wonder if that receiver is gonna get bumped by this block. I honestly am not sure. Dang it, we might have screwed up there. We might have to bring that up higher before we can continue. Because I think when we go to lay this down, it's gonna wanna push up in there. This is gonna go up inside. Dang. Okay, sorry guys, I screwed that up. Well, luckily there's a couple different pieces of this double-sided tape. Or maybe I can just slide it up now. Man, those feet of the dude are gonna be in the way, aren't they?
They might actually be.
Who would have thunk, right?
That's why all the other dudes are only half.
Half
Apparently.
dudes. Okay, so I've got that at an upward angle. That's not acceptable. It's gotta be pretty much right. It's gotta be square. So I'm gonna push that all the way up in there. And I'm gonna hold it so that that 3M tape can reset, because it's actually sitting pretty good still. Because remember, all these wires are gonna go up there and basically have their way with the space. There's not gonna be any adjustments at that point.
No.
Because it won't be able to go anywhere.
No.
That's a pretty big bundle of cable. Okay, so we're gonna tape this thing down. I don't know if you guys noticed, but we used to really not do many plug-in flies for a long time. That's because they're really involved, or they can be really involved. They don't necessarily 100% for sure are gonna be super involved, but they almost always do end up being really involved. So now this one doesn't have to necessarily be vertical compared to horizontal, but it should be this way or it should be this way. It'd be nice if I could figure this out. I need to trade you spots, camera crew. Can you?
Yep.
You're blocking my light. I'm sorry.
You're blocking my view.
I understand. This is just a tight spot, guys. Hard to film when it's so tight. And it's not like this is gonna get a lot of wear and tear or anything. It's just gonna be, once the wires are stuck up in here, you're golden. You know, then you're done. You don't have to mess with it again. Until you take it out to change the receiver or whatever, if you ever do that. I don't really think, I don't do a lot of that myself. Once I set up a plane, it's pretty much set until I have a reason to get in there and screw with it. But I know some people screw with stuff more often than I do. Maybe upgrade stuff once in a while. Oh, this is gonna be a very tight squeeze. So now I'm just kind of stuffing things in and hoping that everything goes together. I'm just looking, I see one servo wire that I missed, and I'm looking for something straight that I can put through there.
Screwdriver?
Yeah. Yeah, that should work. I'm sorry guys, you're not gonna be able to see very good, but I'm basically just tucking the wires in. There is a lot of wire to tuck into a small spot. Now I'm gonna put the fuse down. Trying to avoid the gun. Holy crap, how is that ever gonna get all the way down there? Just broke the canopy free on that side. That's actually down there now on that side. Hey, can you hand me the drill?
Yes.
Okay, so I normally don't use the drill, but there's a whole awful lot going all at the same time. So the drill does make this a lot easier in this step. Make sure you're actually lined up though, because I don't think I'm lined up on that one yet.
I don't think so.
There it goes. Okay, I'm not torqued all the way down, by the way. That's just part of the way down. Now the front is the worst spot, but it did just push down nicely.
More, yeah.
Yeah, it went pretty much down all the way there.
There's still a gap. You suppose it's gonna close?
I have no idea. It's pulling it down,
Yep. It is.
but it's crushing the foam pretty bad. That sounds bad. That central gap, you mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. But as I was pushing, this canopy broke free a little bit in the middle. So that sucks. I don't know if, is it possible we're touching that receiver in there? Honestly, I'm not sure.
You almost need to
Why did they tell us to put the canopy on
I was
first?
just going to
That
say, you
was
almost
a
need to do it
horrible
last.
idea. It should have been last.
Yeah.
Because you could have been pushing right on the frame and everything. Guys, do your canopy last. Do your guys last. The guys can be modified necessarily.
Yeah.
You know, like who cares if the guys have legs or not? They're in a toy airplane. Yeah, that's really frustrating because that could have been completely easier. Not to mention, we worked around it that whole time.
Right.
Okay. So, as per typical Dynam instructions, lacking in their performance. But that plane does look really good.
Yeah, it's cool.
I hate that gap so badly. I just don't know if there's something stuck. It's impossible to see right now. I have no clue. I don't know if I could do it better if I tried. Obviously, I am going to definitely have to. I want to just put this nose cone on. So this nose cone snaps in. It's got 3 contact points and then you spin it. Oh, that looks really sweet. I have a really hard time believing that's not going to bounce off somehow in flight.
The nose cone.
But that does look
I
really
agree.
good. Okay. I wonder if we can torque down the screws a little bit.
So it's a little tighter fit.
Thank you. Yeah, these 3 Phillips screws just have a little bit of slack, and I'm going to tighten the 3 of them about 1/2 to 3/4 of a turn. I'm going to see if I can get that to be harder to put on. Okay, that's too hard because it's still foam after all. You can't have it too hard or you'll crunch the foam every time you put it on. Yeah, that's too hard still. Going back about 1/4. It feels a lot more sturdy, but it's a lot harder to get on there. So I gotta back off just a hair more again.
Which also doesn't speak
8.
well to the longevity of those decals. If you have to twist that on and off every time.
Yeah, these decals are horrible. Why didn't they just let us put regular decals on like everything else? That felt a lot better at
That's
least.
better.
It's a lot firmer. I love the way it looks. I'm not gonna make the mistake I made on the C47 though.
What?
If I think there's an ugly decal, I'm just leaving it off. Because you remember the stupid doors?
Yeah.
Those things were so ugly. And this is a really pretty plane, so I want it to be pretty. Okay, so we gotta put these props together at some point. At this point, I've all but abandoned the instructions because they've been, I would say, mostly useless.
I mean, yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much
like
useless.
normal.
It's like none of the help that you actually need in the instructions. They don't tell you what screws to use, when to use them, or where to use them.
Well, they do, but then none of the screws are labeled
Nothing's
or
labeled.
different, so it doesn't.
Right, so what difference does it make? Yeah. Okay, so obviously we have to put, this thing's gonna go on to the collet adapter. Okay, so this is a collet, so it's gonna go down here and it's gonna bite the prop shaft. Okay, so we'll slide that all the way on. These are not counter rotating, so it doesn't matter which way it goes. They're the same. Okay, so that's supposed to go back. That's a disappointing gap. That's a disappointing gap, guys. Come on, tighten that stuff up. That should be tighter. It would look a lot nicer if it was tighter. This is magnetic. so you can get to the motor. That is a really good thing. I like that a lot. That's cool. I can make it without that feature, but I can't make it without an elevator or a rudder servo that immediately buzzes like it's gonna catch on fire. That makes me nervous. So that's good. I mean, again, we'll see how it does in the air. And maybe it will wow us.
Maybe.
Maybe it won't.
Maybe.
If you guys are still watching, we appreciate you and your patronage. If you're watching all of this build video, which has been largely frustrating to do, then you're quite the trooper, and we appreciate that too. Okay, so there's a key. Do you see how that key's in there? Okay. Then this is going to go up against there. This is a much nicer prop assembly than on the Turbo, or excuse me, the Grand Cruiser. The Grand Cruiser had a horrific mechanism. And the C47 was pretty bad too.
Yeah, this is much more.
This is way nicer,
robust.
way more refined,
Yep.
bigger.
Yep.
However, it's still pretty hard to tighten this because there's no way to secure the prop shaft as you're doing this. Like, I have no way of grabbing it. Maybe I can stick a screwdriver in here and try to arrest the spinning like this. That was just enough to kind of torque this down. Okay, so that's tight as I can do without breaking stuff. Then I have the screw dropped into the tip there. I don't know if you guys can see that. This is a really pretty spinner though, very beautiful. I like the spinner a lot. I actually really like this bright yellow color on airplanes because there's not a lot of times of the day where that disappears with the backdrop. I'm excited for this, this color, this trim scheme on a cloudy day in the winter. It's gonna look really gorgeous. So I'm not excited about having to re-glue this. I almost wonder if we should just use the China glue on that. I feel like it would have worked better.
Yeah, that glue was not like
No, that's CA.
amazing.
The only good thing is that it was thin and easy to apply, but the bad thing is it didn't seem to work that great. I feel like the China glue, the contact adhesive, would have worked a lot better. It would have been easier to apply. So that was a miss on our part. And it is strange, it did not seem to fog the plastic at all, which is great. I mean, that's also uncommon. Okay, so obviously we're gonna do the same thing on this side. The collet goes back. It's kind of hard to hold onto the wing because there's nowhere to hold the wing. There we go. I was gonna grab the flap and then I realized that's the flap. And this is machined to go right here. Pretty good fit. Yeah, see, this would normally have texture on it so that it would mate up with that surface. So I'm quite surprised they don't have anything there. It's gonna be tightened down. But you see these things key into it. So you see this? So it keys in there. That's all hunky-dory, but then this is allowed to spin. So what's the deal with that? Kind of weird. And nut and washer, modified washer, okay. I don't know if you can technically call that like a spring washer. It's not a spring washer, but that's kind of the function, is to spread the load out over the whole face of the prop for maximum strength. This one seems to be going on a little easier though. Let's see
if the gap is worse though.
Wow, did I pull it out too far? That's way worse.
I don't think you did anything differently at all.
You're right, because that collet's all the way back. What the heck? That's like down and way right. Hold on, I gotta check that.
Sorry, I should have said it before. I was just looking across in the camera.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been nice if you'd have said it before, but like, it is what it is. Guess I'd rather you said it then than wait 5 more minutes. Okay, you want to know what's wrong there?
Yeah, that's not attached.
That's supposed to be back there like that.
China glue.
You better believe it. Thank you for catching that.
Just having so much fun, I didn't want it to end.
Hold on. I saw something earlier on this box that made me chuckle.
What? Oh. They look nice.
They're pretty. It's just frustrating. Like, come on, guys, get your things together.
Might have to let that cook a second. So
I am
that,
gonna have to let it cook or it's just gonna pull away
Yeah.
immediately. But I gotta spread it out.
Yeah.
You can also just work. It does almost the same function. Because eventually it'll get to the point where it just wants to stick. No matter what you do, you won't be able to pull it away.
Right.
So good catch, camera crew. That was, that would have been kind of a bummer to figure out later. I mean, it would have just looked stupid. I think it would have flown fine.
Yeah, probably.
Probably would have tweaked it off to the, it would have pulled it down more than it should have. So it would have rolled the plane. So I guess what have we learned, people?
Always listen to your wife.
That's not what I gathered from that. But I mean, we learned that you should check your prop mount or
Yeah.
your motor mounts if it looks less than desirable. And by the way, that's something I should say. Sometimes when people ask me questions like, all right, so we had some technical difficulties. Anyway, somebody was telling me the other day about checking this and checking that. Well, all of a sudden my camera decided I was out of memory. So I apologize for the delay there. This is now glued and tacked up, so that's in there. Thank you, camera crew, for catching that problem. We're gonna put this together real quick.
Wait,
Finish it.
put the thingy back on. This piece.
Oh yeah, that's true. I do have to do that first.
Might look a little
Which,
fun.
by the way, that is really pretty.
It is cool.
But they're hollow on the bottom. So it's definitely not mounted upside down.
Right.
Yeah. Note to airplane manufacturers, we're on the ground.
Bummer.
So, yeah.
That looks better.
It
I mean,
looks-
it's still gappy, but it's not
It's
all
gappy
wonky
like
it
this one,
was,
though.
Yeah.
I suppose I should probably put the propeller on there, maybe.
It's just, nah, at this point.
These Dynam planes are so much fun to put together. Don't you love them?
I just wonder, as I pan around the room, if people watch what time it is on the clock.
Well, we did take that break to do that thing.
That was not that long.
That's true. It was very short.
It was very short.
Very short.
The ending was a little
It was ended with a bang.
rough. Jeez.
Well, anyway, we'll just leave that to their
Been
imagination.
too long.
Hopefully they never know what actually happened. Oh, the wonders of YouTube. Okay, so same problem as before. I got to try to find a spot where I can kind of hang on to the bell housing. Very awkward step here because it's not like some really convenient thing to do, but all you have to do is once you get it started, see it's wanting to spin the bell housing on the brushless motor. Once you get it started, then you can torque it down. Nope, not enough. It's just very hard to see, and I do not want to go in there and break the windings on the motor. So it's like, am I hitting a vulnerable spot?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Oh, so these things just tend to wear you out. And you know, I'm kind of a little bit obsessed with this stuff.
What?
My wife really loves it though. She's really the one that drives this whole thing.
That's why I always like starting these things when it's really sunny out
And
in
beautiful.
the afternoon,
Yeah.
and then
I like,
when I'm
when
trying
we
to figure
started
out
this thing,
when
we
I
started
can make dinner.
it's 11, it's not that late. We slept in. We did sleep in because we were up till
no.
like 1 o'clock in the morning working on stuff
Someone
yesterday.
slept in. Someone else did not.
Oh, is that what happened? Okay, so Come on, let's stick to the issues there, camera woman. Camera crew, sorry. Okay, so the plane is together. I just want to point something out to you. If you plan on hand launching, this would not be a good place to do it. If you have big hands, you're going to probably end up with some marks. Now you'll notice I haven't had them cut off yet, but you probably will want to be exceptionally careful if you decide to very stupidly hand launch this thing. I would not do it. I would just maybe avoid that.
Yes.
It sure is pretty. I really like the way it looks. It feels pretty stout. I hate this gap a lot. I hate it. I don't know if the receiver is getting pinched in there or what the deal is, but it's really got me annoyed, and I want it to be right, but I'm not sure. Camera crew. Should we lower it off of there and see if that receiver is pinched? Because I just can't imagine it having that gap. I don't see a gap in the picture, to answer your question.
I totally see a gap in the picture.
Do you really?
No, actually, there kind of is a little gap.
Is there really?
There really kind of is. Because
hold
like
on.
here's the paint, and then it kind of is like darker right there.
Maybe there is a gap. Okay, hold on. Pause the video. We're gonna go check online and see if there's anybody else with that problem. There's a gap.
Told you.
You see the gap? It's right there. It's right there. That's the gap. So I didn't screw it up, I don't think.
So we don't have to fix it?
Because that gap looks consistent with the picture.
It does.
So there
To be
must
honest.
be, there must just be a molding issue somewhere. So anyway, it is what it is. I'm not taking it apart.
Thank you.
It's good.
I win.
Well, I don't know if we win exactly. So the next step is to probably go ahead and finalize the radio setup and do decals, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So I'm wondering about maybe the decals are pretty straightforward. Why don't we do a couple of those? And then what we'll do is we will maybe look at the radio setup quick. I can tell this big one goes on the top. We usually kind of keep the box out so we can tell where they put the decals. I have no idea. This is a Messerschmitt, so obviously, you know, I think a Messerschmitt, wouldn't that have been a Nazi plane? I don't know.
I mean,
Pretty
Messerschmitt is
sure.
German. So
But
I
they
think
didn't
so.
send swastikas in this, and I wouldn't have put those on anyway, but I know that's, you know, like one of those
Oh.
scale details that
Would be-
people don't typically do. It's a little bit faux pas, even in the RC community. But if you get a really scale aficionado, sometimes they do it anyway and deal with the consequences.
Maybe just don't put that one on.
Yeah, I would probably not do that. Sometimes they send them a little bit different too. Okay. These are good decals though. They
Yeah,
look nice, they're scale. They're opaque enough that when you stick them on the plane, oh man, that just stuck down on accident to the other. It came off okay. They're opaque enough that you can't, they don't glow through badly. That was one thing I had problems with on the last Dynam we did. I'm counting 1, 2, I'm on the third. So 1, 2, I'm on the third. Just to kind of get them in the same cells there. They look nice. They're going on nicely.
Yeah.
And I'm just running the edge of my fingernail on the seams so that they follow the seam. And then
Tail.
I just wish this one would have been better because there's not getting around it. It's just gonna be
I
crappy.
know. And if you weren't ever going to touch it again, it would be one thing, but
Well, but you have to touch it to
Yeah.
fly it. Oh yes, we can cover up that ugly thing right there. Oh boy, how do I tell which one it is? It's definitely one of the smaller ones, right?
yes, definitely.
Ooh, that's tough. Looks like the middle-sized one's probably gonna go back here.
Wonder if there's an underwing one.
That
where the
red
other
line
big-
on the tail, wouldn't that red line usually go where the prop is gonna be? I don't know. I'm not gonna make a stink of it. I'm just gonna do it the way they did it, because it does look nice.
Yeah.
I felt like sometimes the decals on Dynam are more scale than others, and this is one of them that they really did a good job. They got it more right than they have on some others. See, that actually moves this, so you want to kind of keep that off of that thing. That's gonna look stupid if it's, they actually have theirs like down.
down to the. I think it's fine there.
Or I do this, but then you can see that spot.
Yeah, I think being over and
If I do that, I could cut the decal too. You know, cut it so that it just actuates with the control surface. I wonder which way's better. If I go forward, I think it looks like it was an accident.
does that piece need to move?
Yeah, that's part of the back half of the rudder.
I know, but is it gonna? No, the plastic, the gray plastic piece.
That's not supposed to move independent of it, but how about we just do this? How about we just do this? Okay. And then we'll take advantage of the additional strength here. And then I'm going to use an X-Acto knife. The X-Acto knife to trim. I got to seam this a little bit better too. We use the X-Acto knife to kind of go around the mechanism here. Okay. Just like this. And then just like this here. And then I'm going to cut right straight vertical. Well, I'll start here so I have more strength on the decal. Come on, cut good, you little turd. Yes. Then I can fold that and fold this. So hopefully that doesn't look too horrible. Because then when the rudder actuates, you'll see the decal will appear to be in its full form. You see? Mm-hmm. Did I get that right? Yeah, there we go. Now it's free. So now when that runs, you'll still have this centered. And I feel like it hides this. It kind of distracts from that. So I'm satisfied with that if you're satisfied with it.
Sure.
You want me to redo it? That was just a hilarious joke. This is going to be super easy from over here.
I was gonna say.
I'll probably have to just rotate the plane. I've pretty much spread all the crap from our entire house onto the island.
Pretty much. It's my favorite.
Okay. Okay. Ooh. I could have probably played my hand a little better on that. Okay. See that void there? Mm-hmm. It hides nicely. Oops. Well, I can tell you for us when we do one of these big build videos, and this should not be a big video, but it is. We're gonna get at least one person that's gonna be like, can't you just make a shorter video? And I'm like, no, I can't really. A shorter video is like what everybody else does. If you want a short video, just watch the short video or watch the short part that you want to watch of the long, huge video. You don't have to watch it all. If you watch it all, that's great. We appreciate that. But we don't think it's very practical for every single person that clicks on this video to watch the entire thing. Most people just want to see it fly.
Well, and the thing is, if we just showed it to you at the end, and then you get it, and you're like, hey, I didn't know this was going to be a problem, or this was going to be a problem, or this was going to be a problem, then you're annoyed because we didn't tell you.
Yeah, and then you're going to ask me the question in like 7 years, and you'll be like, how come you can't answer this completely off the wall random thing that, and believe me,
100 planes ago.
Believe me, even my regulars do that stuff. You know. They're like, hey Brian, can you tell me how to, can you send me pictures of this one thing or that? And I'm like, no, I can't send you pictures. Okay, I took a freaking 2-hour video of it. Oh yes. Thank goodness it's one decal. It's the first easy thing on this entire plane. And of course I grabbed the one from the wrong side. Okay, so I thought I was grabbing from the other side.
One,
but it doesn't matter. They're the same. I just happen to be looking at the mirror image of this plane, okay?
Right.
So finally, something easy. Okay, so I'm gonna stick this down. So anyway, what I was getting at is, I love you guys, but you know, like after 7 years, I usually don't like know everything. That's why we took a video.
And don't feel bad, because it's not like he knows his kids' birthdays or anything either. So
Hey,
it's not just
I
plain.
know about when they are. I just call you and ask
For clarification.
for clarification. It's like, how many do we have? What are we up to?
Yeah.
That did look nice,
That does
though.
look really nice.
This clear shows through better than some planes. Ooh, I don't want to do this upside down because
No.
I know I can feel you guys cringing through the screen at the way I move that.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's all right. No biggie. By the way, years ago, speaking of years ago, I made a turbojet 550 by Dynam, which is also known as the Cessna Citation II. And it is a gorgeous plane that is definitely worthwhile for your consideration if you're looking at getting that. It's definitely, it's something.
It was one of my favorites.
I know, it really was. And that kind of actually, that was the first airliner I ever did. That was before the Airbus A330-600. That was before the Airbus A320, which by the way, weird. Might be doing another one of those someday soon. That'd be pretty cool. I can't go any further with it.
That was back when you were like, if I just had this one kind of plane, then I would have.
If I just had one high wing trainer, then I would be set.
You wouldn't need any more.
I really don't need any more. I'm just gonna get one.
Yeah.
It's no big deal.
One battery.
Just one.
It's okay.
It's okay. Just
Then
one
they'll
will
be
do
good.
it. Danger. RC. Yeah. No.
No.
Pretty sure RC was not on there. Danger. I bet Danger would normally be like
There.
in the prop zone.
Makes sense.
Well, they don't show it on there. Did we have it in the instructions at all?
Oh, we do.
What?
Here, hold on.
Since when did they do this?
No, they do sometimes. Danger is 13.
It is.
Oh, well, it's not listed on the diagram.
Yeah. Why would you do that? Hey, no step goes on the flaps, right?
Also not listed on the diagram.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just going to use it. It is weird that they wrote it all in English, since it's not an English plane, but that's okay. I'm sure that, hey, are you going to show the people at home where I put the no step? I put the no step right there because I figured if they're getting out of the canopy, they're going to be walking this way. Yeah. And then there's like this big open label, and I'm trying to figure out why it says open. Like, what are we opening? Is this like an unboxing? The canopy, probably. I'm assuming. Like, would it open that way? I don't know. I suppose that would be one thing you could do. It says open. Do you see the open on there? I certainly don't see the open on there myself.
And there were no pictures on the back of this box, right?
It's cardboard.
Yeah, it's just a blank.
Yeah, it's just cardboard
Base.
back. It's like the front is the printed one. Yeah.
There are pictures up on the top, but
Oh,
I
there
don't
are.
see any different.
Yeah, I don't really see a different vantage there
Details,
either.
huh?
Okay, so this open, I'm just gonna favor it on this side. I'm just gonna say, okay, so I imagine if this was a canopy, it would open a certain way. So I'm just gonna do it.
Okay.
It's probably wrong. It's probably wrong. You guys can let me know in the comments. I'm sure you will. All right, so then we have the Dynam stickers. Yeah, 2.4 gigahertz. Are you kidding me? Who's gonna put that crap
They
on
did
there?
label where those are supposed to go on the diagram.
Are you serious?
Yes. And the Dynam ones, but not the actual ones that go on the plane. That would have been on the plane. I think it should go where the props would be, because there's two,
Like right there.
one on either side.
Yeah, but you can't. I mean, as much as I want to do that, and I do, believe me, want to do that, it's like where the label is.
What about by with the guns? That would be a danger
Like
zone.
danger?
Not there. Not on.
like
Don't
danger?
stand in front of the gun.
I think that's the way they meant for it to happen.
Well, put it back Like put it here.
You want me to
so
put
you
it
can at
here
least-
so like that way they think the danger's here before they walk into the prop? Haven't you seen Indiana Jones?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I was just gonna say.
I think. I don't know if I've seen all of them.
Well,
Oh no, I've seen that one.
yeah. Well, this thing's gonna come off anyway, so I'm just gonna stick it right there. Danger. Don't squish it. It's gonna sting you even after it's dead.
Yes.
This is probably wrong, and some of you guys can let me know in the
know,
comments
but it's
below.
okay.
I'm sure you will.
We'll be okay.
It'll be okay. I mean, this is, if they had painted, then they would have painted on top of a label. You know, if they would have painted some sort of art. So now the markings probably go on the bottom, right?
That would be my guess.
They actually do label that. Like you
they?
can't see it on the box or from historical pictures of whether or not there's a gap.
Historical picture.
Google, was there a gap on a Messerschmitt BF-110? No, there was not, Brian.
Where are they supposed to go?
On the bottom of the wing.
Jeez.
But there's servos and crap. I think these are gonna just kind of, it's, oh, you son of a crosshatch. Son of a crosshatch. Good enough for me. I think there's supposed to be more outboard, but this is what you get, YouTube. If you don't like the way mine looks, just go on. Look at all the mold releases on the bottom.
I know, did you not notice
What
that before?
the heck is going on?
I know.
That is so weird.
But there's none on the top.
But there's none on the top. Do they think we fly inverted?
Yes.
That is one.
You can't see mold release dots from the ground.
Your eyes are not as good as mine.
Yeah, but mine didn't have to be.
I can see it from here.
Mine didn't have to be chopped open to make them
That is
only
true.
slightly less bad than yours.
Yes.
Twice.
If you guys didn't know, I had LASIK Plus, and it was the best $3,500. It probably cost you $5,000 if you did it today that I ever spent. And I wish I would have done it 10 years before while they were telling me I was a bad candidate, because they would have been wrong. And then when I went, they told me I was a bad candidate also.
But they did it anyway.
But then the surgeon was like, yeah, you're not a bad candidate. Get in here, I'll chop your eyes open. It's no big deal. Smell of burning human flesh with your eyes open watching laser. It's no big deal. It was fun. And then I had to go back for a touch-up, and I had a minor complication. See, these are the nuggets you get when you stick around for the 4-hour videos. Anyway, they cut them open the second time, and instead of running the laser for like 3.5 hours, going to lunch and then coming back, which is what happened the first time, they ran it for like 3 seconds. And I had some skin that grew back between the eyelid and the
No, between
cornea,
the flap.
the natural cornea,
Yeah.
the flap in the eyelid. Some skin cells grew back. And so they just come in and they're like, get over here, and then take this O-ring pick and they pull it open and they're like, put it back down and you're done. Yep, it's fun. It was no big deal. No big deal. I don't think it came back. But yeah, okay, well, that was fun. Super easy, real easy install. Yep. As you can see, we weren't frustrated at all. You know, not at all. Just throw this away, because those, I mean, I do have those. I'll just throw them away. Okay, radio setup we're not quite done with. And the GPS, I have decided that I am not going to be using that on this unit. Now, I might use it again on something else, so I'll hang on to it for now. Obviously, it would be useful on something else, you know, because I always keep all GPS systems for later use.
You always keep everything for later use.
Like these GPS units.
Yes.
I have 3 GPSs. I'm not using them right now. Use them later when I need them. Okay, time for this thing to fire up. Oh yeah, hey, just in case you're wondering, because I knew you guys are keeping score. I got some extra screws here. I got some screws that I brought up from downstairs when I was replacing the one screw that I had problems with. We do have a little bit extra of the poison in a bottle. Or wait, whoa, sorry, that's CA, I think. Or is that poison or CA?
Put it in your coffee tomorrow.
They didn't label it, so it could have been.
True.
Yeah. Yeah, don't put it in your coffee. Jeez.
I'm gonna put it in your.
There's adults watching this. Throttle cuts on, throttle sticks down, switches are up. Where they would normally be, the bind switch is released. So at this point, I gotta make sure my gear can come out. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna pause, we're gonna reset stuff. Cheapest calipers here. We're gonna go to 80 to 85 millimeters back. This plane's gonna be hung upside down when we're checking the CG. That's from the inboard portion of the front of the wing, the leading edge of the wing. Okay, so here's one. And then 85. There's two. 1, 2, okay? So we're at 85 for the first mark. Then we'll go to 80 for the second mark. 80. Okay, good enough. Okay, so now when we check the CG, they're recommending a 4S 2200 25C. This is a 30C. It's also a smart pack, which means it's a little bit smaller. So we might have trouble with CG, so we'll have to use a bigger pack. If that's the case, we'll report that. But for now, it's recommending that we use a 4S. Also, at some point, I'm gonna have to possibly re-glue this because I broke it free while I was doing my assembly. Also, we need to straighten all the control surfaces. So let's first figure out what surface, how we can control the flaps too. So I need this forward far enough so that when the props spin, we don't hit the stand. But I want to be able to still get to the, okay, so that doesn't hit, that doesn't hit. So this spins. Shoot, you know what I should have done for the open? I should have put the open thing on here so I knew what direction to.
Oh.
It's just like a screw or whatever. Okay, so this 4S, 2200 4S fits really nice. I'm gonna probably have to do the lead like this and then slide it in.
Tuck it in.
Because there is a little bit of a relief there, so the wires could go in there. Okay, so throttle cuts on, or throttle hold as they refer to it. I'm just gonna, for safety's sake, because get this plugged in here. You can use an adapter if you want, but I just use these because they work. It's not annoying at all when they open the gear like that. I don't like the noise I'm hearing. Elevator up, down. Actually, I'm gonna go behind since I know things are working now. Rudder left, rudder right, left, right. That's incorrect. Model parameter, reverse, rudder, reverse. Correct, 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 correct. Man, they need to be using way bigger servos. This is just really janky. Barely moves. That's moving okay. This is moving really poorly. It's like a suggestion. You see that? Mm-hmm. That's okay. That's horrible. It doesn't even move. See that? I'm helping it. You know what? I wonder if I could loosen that screw, if it would release. Because you remember how we had that problem with the glue gumming up the works? I'm gonna get that Chinese screwdriver back and we're gonna take that cover off and see if it's still binding. Because, did you hear it relax when I did that? Still crappy. I wondered if maybe it was biting inside because I had torqued it down too much maybe. all part of the show around here. Okay, looking inside. Wow, that's just horrendous. There's just no action.
Not enough.
There's just like nothing there. I don't know what the deal is, like if it's stuck on something or what the deal is. See that? It sticks so bad. I need you to hold that down with one hand.
Okay.
Just exercising the control surface. There's just like that servo needs to be about a 20-gram servo to do what this is doing. And this is a little 9-gram plastic gear servo. It's not going to last long, so we'll find out how it works.
Yeah.
The good news is we probably don't actually need it that bad to make this thing operate right. And by the way, so when that functions, this is holding still, but like all the painting and everything is gumming up that action also. And then how far does this go down? Does it go down far enough to where it prevents it? Not really. It's not too bad. I don't think it's anything to do with this cap. I think it's everything to do with all the movement. You're just losing so much mechanical energy by the time you get to it.
Right.
Luckily, the tail wheel operates, and believe it or not, the tail wheel will act as a rudder. So, as far as I'm concerned, if it doesn't catch on fire, start blowing smoke, I think we're probably okay. So aileron left, aileron right. Okay, so did you see that? It's trying to level the aircraft because I'm in the auto leveling mode here. Okay, throttle cut is on and tested. It thinks we're upside down, and now it thinks we're level. Okay, you know why? Because we haven't assigned the position yet. I do not know how to do that yet. We're gonna have to figure it out right now. I thought maybe we were gonna get lucky. So this is nothing probably. If I recall, this is nothing. Gosh, that sounds horrible. Okay, so when I move it, the elevator's moving, you see? See the elevator going down, going up, and then it's gonna move the rudder, it's not gonna work, and then it's gonna work on the ailerons. So basically the control axes are wrong because it thinks this is flat. This is the plane it's on, okay? So there's no stabilization. Now I have the switch in the upward position. Okay, so you could technically fly it there because all the controls are moving in the right position.
Right.
So now what we need to do is we need to figure out how to get that set. So we have elevator, we have ailerons, we do not have flaps. Let's make an assignment for flaps over here.
Okay.
So flaps were like auxiliary 2 or auxiliary 1, I can't remember. We need gear somewhere too, so this will be flaps. There's gear. To be honest with you, that would probably be gear up, that'd be gear down. So I want to flip that, okay? So now the gear will be, wait, I already had that right. I apologize, guys, I had it right. So that means when I turn on the model, I'll have it like this, and then when I want to fly, I'll close the gear. Do you want to show them the action on the gear? Give them a good shot of that. Cool. The cats are like into it. Show the cats, show the cats. They're just like, what is going on there? Okay, so it's working really good. And then the gear door are being actuated by simple spring mechanism. Here, we'll actually show that. I wanted to look at this myself, so we're gonna do that now for a minute. Look at this. That's really cool, actually.
So it just pushes them out of the way.
Yep.
And then they just fall back.
Yeah, which is an ingenious plan. I really, really like it. Keep it simple if you can, so long as it works.
Right.
But you can't use a 9-gram servo when you need a 30-gram servo. That's not simple. That's not simple. just rides the rail, and then
Yeah.
they're just spring loaded. So when those springs fail, then these are gonna fail. But my guess is, what's gonna happen is these will catch wind and probably have some issues there. But so far, they look okay. The color's the worst part of them.
Yeah, if the color was
If they
right,
would have matched the
it would
color,
be
I would have
fine.
been way more happy with them.
Yeah.
So anyway, all right, so now let's get flaps figured out. So auxiliary 1, nothing. That's throttle hold. And then the sliders, nothing. So it's not assigned, evidently. That's on auxiliary 4.
Auto parameter.
Switch set. So this is SE.
And you have to go like the channel assign.
Just hold on. I know. I just don't know where it is yet. Okay, so this is SE. Switch set. There we go. Okay, good. So that needs to be SE. What the heck? I just set that to SE.
You have to walk back out to like.
Wait. That's on throttle. So be careful, just in case. That's auxiliary 1. But wait, I just changed auxiliary 1. Why is it changing aux 3? Oh, that is aux 1 and aux 3. Maybe we were on aux 2. Okay. Maybe we're on aux 3.
Aux 4 is already set to SE. Does it have to be taken off of it?
I doubt it. Doubt it. I don't think that has any bearing at all. Well, are the flaps not working? We were on auxiliary 1, weren't we?
Yeah, it was the only one that wasn't labeled.
That's the default. That's not maybe very good, because if we have to pull that down, is it possible I plugged it in wrong? No, because we had the servo tester hooked up. We hooked up the servo tester.
Yeah, but
That was kind of scary.
is it possible that like it
Oh.
didn't?
That's the auto leveling. That's auxiliary 3, that's auxiliary 2. Nothing. So auxiliary 1 needs to be set to SE. Okay, so let's go back. It's not changing it at all, not even a little bit. Okay, so we have the flaps working. I plugged in the Y cable backward, which is really easy to do on that. So I had to take all that crap out and fix it. You'll notice they work, and I also evened out the surfaces here, okay, so that they're even, which basically consisted of popping this off, which was extremely hard. I had to get in here with a flat screwdriver and very carefully pry it, walk it out like before, and then screw in or screw out. In my case, I had to pull this one back down, and I had to push that one up. And they seem to be moving out at about the same amount of throw at full deflection. And then I also noticed that this was at an angle instead of being straight. So that's not so good, because it means you're always gonna have a certain amount of difference on the left and right. Also, the overdrive, I don't like that, but it's a really cool mechanism because there's a lot of air that makes it through here, and this plugs up the hole or does some sort of a weird thing. And then look at that cool contoured thing that goes into the engine nacelle. Really neat. So anyway, the ailerons are smooth and work really good. Of course, you're gonna use the ailerons a lot in flight. The elevator is somewhat sticky, but not near as bad as the rudder. Super not satisfied with the rudder on this one, but we'll see how it flies. Sometimes they look horrible and they do just fine. Obviously the landing gear have been totally flawless so far, which I'm super excited about because Dynam has a reputation for having crappy landing gear, especially Retracts. So we'll see. Those landing gears have a simulated oleo and simulated sleeve here, or boot, which is protective. Really pretty plane. I mean, it's really pretty, just like the last few. The elevator, however, you see how it's moving up and down, and then it doesn't return to level. I'm trying to remember where we actually put that adjustment in. Do you remember? I do not remember. I think you would have to take this whole thing apart to get to it, wouldn't you?
I think so.
Actually, there wasn't an adjustment on that. It was an L bracket.
Yeah, is there even anything to adjust?
Yeah, guess where it is? Where I just came from. It's on the actual end of the servo, but I don't even know that it's got an adjustment. So I think on this plane, we'll be trimming it because I'm not wasting my time on that. That's just, I'm done with that. So that being said, I have to re-glue, and the plane is pretty strong. So you can see this, it'll support itself from the tail, but I mean, you could break it too. So be a little bit careful. That's obviously static load, not dynamic. I mean, if you're flying through the air, you're gonna have a lot more different forces that are gonna be going on. But it looks really nice now that we have the flaps hooked up because you get that nice smooth wing shape, which is just gorgeous. We have plenty of upward throw on the elevator. We have a lot of downward throw. Really, we probably almost need to go in there and move the servo up one whole tooth, which would give us a more even deflection up and down. My fear is that this is going to leave us starved for up elevator, and it's going to give us a lot of down elevators. So unless you plan on landing upside down, it's could cause a problem. So that might be worth looking into. Ironically enough, the steering wheel or the tail dragger wheel seems to move really free compared to both rudders. I don't know why that is. We did free up those tubes, and I don't know if you remember it, but I sure do.
Yep.
The flashing light does look kind of cool. I'm glad I decided to do flashing. Why the heck is that red Dynam? That should be white and it should be solid. So those are my initial thoughts. Gluing this was a pain. I'm just gonna probably get the 506 formula glue and just glue it right, and it's just gonna sit and it'll be fine. It's gonna work good. It's gonna dry crystal clear. It's also kind of expensive, and if you don't do a lot of canopies, you don't really wanna have to have crap like that sitting around. So I appreciate that they sent the glue. That was nice, but the glue didn't work very good. So that kind of sucks. We did end up using less than the 2 tubes they sent. We used part of both of the tubes that we had left over, and we didn't ever get run out. So that's good. The last plane, we used 4.5 or 5 tubes, and we only got 2. So we had luckily had extras. In terms of looks, the finish is just gorgeous. I'm loving it. Look how pretty this thing is. And even though the gear are simulated oleos, they sure look real. Okay, so now let's come over here, and obviously I've run the throttle, so I'll run it up a little bit for you, okay? Looks gorgeous. A little bit of vibration, not excited about that. Sounds good. For that aggressive of a pitch, it doesn't seem very powerful with 2 motors.
Really?
That was surprising. Yeah. Yeah. The P39 we built the other day had an aggressive pitch, and that thing was crazy powerful. That being said, this is 4S. It's got 2 Escs. It's going to be moving a lot more current, you know, based on the size of the plane. I think it's gonna be plenty powerful to get up in the air and do some scale looking flying, maybe even a little bit of acrobatics. So without further ado, we're gonna try the last part, which is Oh, and then the CG. We never did look at the CG. We just marked it. So here's the CG marks. Obviously my throttle cut is on. The throttle hold switch that I use, H, is very easy to see from a distance. We are just, I would say that we're probably okay. We're just leaning a little bit back. Our CG is on the back mark. So I would say that we're okay. So when I move my fingers to the back of the two sides, the two center of gravity marks, we're doing good. We got a little bit of forward lean. So we're probably safe, but let's be honest, guys, we don't have room for much other packs. It's gonna be this 2200 milliamp or it's gonna be nothing. Now you could put a 3S in here, but you're gonna have a hard time fitting it.
Right.
Okay, so just keep that in mind when you're making a decision. The Smart Pack fits really good. The Detram packs are a little bit bigger. They're like a more conventional non-Smart Pack. They're not overly huge, but they are definitely bigger than this. So keep that in mind. The tail wheel has a little bit of a cant to it. I'm not crazy about that. Obviously these decals ripped up when we were doing nothing to them because they just weren't ever really applied very good. That sucks, but at the same time, it's kind of an ambiguous shape and it's a little bit hard to tell it's a Hornet. So
To be honest, if the front little part was gone,
it would still look okay because you can still make out. In fact, it kind of almost distracts that little red, I think. So anyway, everything so far, elevator's going right, rudder's going the correct direction, the ailerons are going the correct direction, but the stabilizer and auto leveling are not. This is my conventional position. I want that to have stabilization, I want this to have nothing, and I want this to have auto leveling. So in my case, I need to flip that condition a little bit as well. But what we're gonna do first is we're gonna go into our little transmitter setup, the function set. Isn't that one?
Yep.
First of all, timer. Did they talk about a timer?
I don't remember seeing anything.
That's general stuff. Flight time would be up here if it was listed.
Usually is, yeah.
It does show the wing area and wing loading. Okay, I'm not seeing it, so I'm not gonna beat a dead horse there. It's not like we need them to tell us. I'm gonna probably set it for 4 minutes. Timer type is up. Throttle. I don't care about the switch. Threshold. Minutes are gonna be 4 to begin with. Airplane gyro. Mode map. Gyro mode. Okay, so this is SW. Oh, that's SB. They're saying S. My SB is actually what does it. So which one is manual mode? Gyro mode. I'm not sure how that means. Manual, gyro, safe mode. Oh, so you can set it to whatever position you want. Okay, so I want this to be gyro mode, and I want this one to be manual mode. Okay, so now manual mode means when I'm in the middle, it will not try to auto-correct. Watch the elevator move. Elevator's moving, which is wrong. Okay, so we're in gyro mode. It's off, and this will be auto leveling. Okay, so gyro mode is what I'm going to generally fly in, unless otherwise. Yaw gain. Direction, normal, reverse. Okay, we don't want to do that. Mounting, face up. Okay, so this is where you look at that manual. Did you take the manual?
I did, yep.
So this is where it tells you what they call it. Okay, so ours was, oh crap, which way was it? It was either this or that. So it's either face left or face right, and I honestly don't know. We'll just try one and then flip it. So we're gonna click face right. Okay, so now let's check. We're gonna go to auto leveling.
I don't think that's it.
It's not right,
No.
it's left. So click on face right, face left, okay? Now it's level, and it's going to try to bring us to the fastest path to level. Then elevator is going up and down. So when I move up, it should go up. When I move down, it should go down. I don't think that it knows the home position right this second though. Wing type is normal, delta wing, okay, normal. Switch is SB, that's correct. So I'm gonna go back to just stabilization and let's see how it works. Rudders, I can't tell because it's hard to see. It's correcting the wrong direction on rudder axis. I'm watching the wheel because I can't see the rudders.
Okay.
Basically, when I move the tail this way, I want that rudder wheel to go with it, the direction I'm moving it. That's going to resist the movement, okay? So let's look at this. So that's yaw, and I'm going to reverse the action, okay? So now let's test. Pick it up, move it, and it goes with the direction. That's what we want. So that means it's going to resist that environmental impact, which is my hands, as opposed to the stick, okay? Now I'm going to verify it's moving the right direction still. It's moving the wrong direction now. So it's, oh no, it is. It's moving. Yep, it's moving the wrong direction. So I wonder how we fix that. So let me go back out. It's under reverse. Okay, here we go. That'd be yaw, rudder. Okay, so now watch this. Now it's going the right way, and it's going the right way. But when I move the plane, it's yawing to counter the environmental impact, but yet it's moving the correct direction when I move the stick. So it's a little bit weird. They must not be tied together. But the input and the gyro are separate.
But it's right now.
It's correct now. Yep. So now I'm going to check the ailerons again. Ailerons are rolling the plane that way and rolling the plane this way. Elevator is going up and down. Rudder, rudder. Okay, flaps obviously are not a control channel. So now we're going to go back into that function list, function set, airplane gyro. The roll gain, that's the next thing I got to check. Up, down. Yep. So when I move this up, it goes up. When I move it down, it goes down. Can you see it?
I mean, I can see it in person. I'm not sure if they can see it.
You have to take my word for me. When I move it up, here, actually, you don't. I'll turn the gain way up. So
yeah, that does help.
The roll gain, you see how it says plus 20? I'll just go up to like a huge amount. And then I'll put it back to 20. Okay, that's enough. Now watch. Now you can see it. Up, down, up, up, down. Can you see it?
I think so.
Now the rate gain is up higher, so we'll see what happens. There we go. Up, down, up, down. See this? Up, down. Okay? Now
That's
you can
easy
see
to
it.
see. Yep.
Up. So you can see what I'm talking about, guys. When the wing moves up, it should go up with you. And then when you roll the plane left or right, it should go the correct direction. That should lower the wing on the left and raise the wing on the right. Okay? And opposite. So now I'm going to put those back to 20 because I don't want to have it too aggressive. I don't know if I can set that to a switch. That would be pretty sweet if I could set it to a gain like this. Or if there's a master gain I could set. Okay, let's go back. Then pitch gain. So now I want to look at pitch, which is, of course, the elevator. When I move it up, it goes up. When I go down, it goes down, I think.
Mm-hmm. I think
up.
so.
Yep, it's going up and
Yep.
it's going down,
Down.
up and down.
Yep.
Okay, so it's working. So that's great. So we have all the control channels correct. So we were facing left. Wing type is normal. Switch mode is SB. That's this one. That's the one that's attached to what control? The ARTH switch is SA. I don't know what that is. IMU calibration? Gyro, compass, accelerometer.
IMU calibration.
Oops, sorry.
Gyro calibration.
Okay.
IMU calibration.
Okay, so everything is calibrated. Now I'm gonna just verify all the control axis from behind the plane. My last check. Elevator up, elevator down, rudder left, rudder right, aileron roll left, roll right, flaps down, flaps up. Gear can't test. So now I'm gonna test the control. Okay, I'm looking at rudders from here. Harder to see, aileron up, aileron down, elevator up, elevator down. Everything's working the same as it should. So I'm happy with all the settings with the exception of I didn't do any gyro, or excuse me, I didn't do any dual rates in Expo. So let's go ahead and set up some dual rates in Expo and then we'll be done with this wonderful, super fast project that wasn't frustrating at all.
Nope.
I think it was under system set. Look at that calibration. That must be for the sticks, huh?
Yeah, I think so.
Transmitter set.
Model parameter. Aileron curve. Okay, this is where you do your, I want to have an assignment to SD. Where's DO? Is there one on there? Or is that DO? Nope, that's RS and LS. What do you want to say?
There was a different spot where you set that last time. I can't remember where it was.
See, it's just changing D1, D2. So there's 3 settings. Okay, you're right. I have to do a switch assignment. Switch set.
Switch set.
Aileron curve is going to go to SD. Okay. Elevator curve is going to go to SD. Rudder curve is going to go to SD.
Auto parameter.
Then we can go back to aileron curve. So this is going to change the settings. So I'm just going to change expo amount. So I think it's going to be like, oh, excuse me, that's the rate. And this is the expo. You cannot do a negative expo in this, okay? I remember that was too much last time, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think you adjusted it quite a bit.
So D0, then D1. It's going to be 10, and then D2, which is going to be 20. Okay, now look. It's not changing here.
Auto parameter. Elevator curve.
Same thing is going to be attached to DO, D1, D2. So I'm going to just go like 5. Then you got to switch DO to D1. Change that to 10 in this case. And D1 to D2, and we'll change that to 20. Is that what I did on the first one? 5, 10, 20? Yeah.
Auto parameter.
Then throttle I don't want to mess with. Then I want to go to rudder. So D0 is going to be 5. D1 is going to be 10. Click. D2 is going to be 20. And I did not lower the output rate at all. I just set it at 100. So like if I wanted to lower this like I do on my Spectrum stuff, you would lower that top setting down to 90. Okay.
So that would be like your rates
Yeah.
part. Okay.
Okay. So now I just need to go double check that that's working. I think it's hard to see on this one because you have to go to monitor. Okay, so see how it changed down? So it's working. Elevator. See how it lowers the amount of output at the stick position? Okay. And then rudder. Cool. Okay. So we have everything ready to set. Everything is ready to fly with the exception of the weather and the lighting because it's dark out.
We missed our window.
Yes, we did. So here's my final thoughts. You've already seen the entire video. this plane is really pretty. I'm excited to see it fly. And all I can say is, it better be awesome, because that was a lot of work. It is really pretty. And guys, everybody has their limits. I know that you're probably cringing and thinking, I remember, you little whippersnapper, when I put together the balsa sticks and I glued it all together and I put it in my gasser and 6 months of work later and then I crashed it in 5 minutes. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to do that. But yes, I did that with my dad too, so I know all about it. But that being said, this plane was a pain. It was twice as much of a pain as it needed to be, and yet it's really not that bad of a plane. It's actually a good plane that's a pain to put together. Just like the last one, and just like the one before. Because which planes have we built that have been pains? Dynam, Dynam, Dynam. And yet, they fly good, they look good, except for the rudder.
And if you enjoy the process of putting them together,
you'll probably have a better time than we do.
Right.
Because we're like doing the filming part kind of for build out of obligation. Building is building. You got to build it because it comes in a box.
right.
And that's part of it, you know.
And if you're getting, a new plane once a month or a couple times a year, and that's like part of the process,
You're going to like it
it's
more
way
than
more
we did.
enjoyable than, kind of the way we're doing it right now.
1,500 millimeters.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. It's about half.
Oh, by the way, that plane took us, 20 minutes to put together?
Has a few rough parts.
That being said, I gotta say, I was very impressed with how easy the gyro setup was. Mm-hmm. Very impressed. I have been overwhelmingly overwhelmed by how good this has worked. Mm-hmm. It's been cheaper than the competitive option. X6. But it is not better. This has more features. It's got a lot better display. It's more user-friendly, especially if you came up in Spectrum. But it's also more expensive. This has more channels, which may be the end-all cure-all for you. I think this thing is feature-packed for the amount of money you have to give for it. Now, this is not cheap. This is still a couple $100. But the thing is, it's very good. So I've been very impressed. By the way, that green light is blinding me over here. That is awesome.
It is really bright.
Look at that. I didn't even mention the navigation lights, mostly because there's a demon spawn eye flashing at me on the front of the wing. It should have been white. So very impressed with this radio so far. Yes, we've only flown 1.25 planes because we've got this one set up. But I must say, I was expecting to be totally let down by this, and I wasn't. That being said, this ready to fly remote was exactly what I expected, which was, gets the job done. It's not good. If you want to fly a plane and enjoy the experience, get this. Don't get this. Spend the extra money. If you're going to be a Dynam guy and you're going to get 3 or 4 Dynam planes, just buy this. Or better yet, sorry Dynam, if you're going to be a Dynam guy, just get your Dynam plane and put the radio of your choice, whether it's Futaba, Spectrum, Dynam, Detram, OpenTX, FR Sky. I don't care which one you want. I care that you get one that you like and you fly it. Because if this is your first plane, first of all, don't get this as your first plane. Get a simpler plane as your first plane. You want a single engine, it's going to be more fun. Get something with a higher wing if you can, and you're just going to have a better luck with it. However, once I fly this, I'll let you know. The DC-3, which I keep calling it a DC-3 because that's the alternative version. The C-47 was great, very easy flying plane. However, it was a humongous pain to put that together. Very challenging steps that shouldn't have been challenging. The type of steps that the manufacturer should have put together. I should have never had to clean those tubes out from glue. That is unforgivable. But I still forgive you. Because I like this plane, because it's beautiful. And look at that thing, it's just gorgeous. So anyway, in the model world, there's certain things that just really drive me nuts. And I put together a lot more planes than the average dude, but I put together a lot less planes than guys that have been doing this for 30 years. So I realize that. That being said, this plane was still a lot easier than the XPR Boeing 737. But this
Yes.
plane is way more awesome, even though it flies less good than this, I bet.
Probably.
Because it's just the plane I want, you know, it's just,
Yeah.
it's my plane. That's why I point this out to you, because if you're new to the hobby and you're like, I really want that BF I really want it, I really want the BF-110, but I'm not sure I'm the pilot for it. Well, you'll know that from watching the flight. And I'll tell you point blank if it's not gonna be good enough. They say level 2, whatever that means. Like, you know, I don't know, is Megan, are you like a level 0 and I'm a level 7?
No, I'm like a negative level.
She's a negative level and I'm like a level 3. I don't know. It's not
All
so
of the
specific.
any plane of that size is always going to be a level, not a level 1. I don't think.
I think a twin engine just complicates things a little bit. And by the way, even if you get the smart ready to fly package, you still have a lot of setup where you wouldn't have set up if you were getting it ready to fly from another manufacturer.
Yeah.
I must say, Dynam expects you to do more work than other manufacturers. That's typical. People that have worked with Dynam know that going in. I'm not trying to beat them up. I just want you to know that that is a big caveat. That being said, this is a gorgeous plane. It's probably gonna fly good. So if you can handle the pain and suffering. And look at that awesome gun. That is so cool. Look at that. The crosshairs on there, that is so cool. I mean, we had to spread the slather onto these dudes' cheeks.
Hey,
I
for
should not
once-
have to do that.
For once, you wiped somebody's butt instead of me.
That's true. That's true, totally. Anyway, so on that extremely high note,
It's like 5 hours in. No.
5 hours in, nobody cares. Nobody's counting at this point.
Nope.
And for those of you who thought this video was too short, I apologize. We'll do
try
better
harder.
next time. We have more Dynams sitting in that room. And my wife is like cringing right now thinking about the next build. Okay, so Dynam, what you can learn from this video is that you make a good plane. Now pay your guy, whatever it is you pay your guy in China to put this together. It's worth it. Okay, do it right, make it work right. And then when I get it and it's beautiful and gorgeous and it flies well and all I have to do is put 4 screws in or 10 screws or whatever it is, we're gonna be happy and we're gonna, you know, give you the credit for it. That being said, very good job on the radio with the exception of this thing, which is loose. I do not like that. I also don't like that this switch is a bind switch and it's momentary spring-loaded switch. I want to use that switch for my landing gear because every other manufacturer has a switch there in this class. And that switch is the one that I use for landing gear. And I say every other switch because I've had enough transmitters now to know that that's true. You're going to have a switch here, you're going to have a switch here, you're going to have a switch here, you're going to have a switch here. You're going to have a switch here, you're going to have a switch here, you're going to have a switch here. Sometimes you're going to have another switch here. You're going to have a turn knob here, you're going to have sliders here. You have sliders here, which yours are better. But that's annoying. So that's a lot of feedback. Hopefully it's constructive. I really like the stuff. I just don't want to BS this stuff because you guys come back to Brian Phillips RC because we show it in all of its painful glory. Come back for more. Okay, so everybody, we didn't talk about this. I'm gloved up, we're ready to fly. And I noticed we have our flaps going slow. I found out how to do that. So from the main screen, you click, go to model parameter, servo delay, and then find your channel, and then you can just move it however slow you want. So I don't know, that's 19. So that's really slow. So I'm gonna go to, let's do 10. Okay, so you just click on aux 1 in this case. Cool. Okay, so that slows it down a little bit. Then what I need to do is I need to do a mix. So let's come over my shoulder here and let's see if we can figure that out. Throttle cut's obviously on. Mix set. So mix set. Throttle, VTEL, delta mix, flap RON mix, program mix. A. So let's make it, it's switch, that's switch E. So let's turn this on. The master is going to be auxiliary 1. Slave is going to be elevator. See how it's going to mix? See how it goes all the way, no matter what I do? And the rate 1 is going to be, whoops, 0. And rate 2 is going to be 0. Okay, so now nothing happens when I do this, right? So I want to change one of those two to a value, and then the other to another value. Okay, so let's say 10, 12. See how it goes down when I do that? Mm-hmm. See, it goes down just a hair. So now if I move that 12 to like 20, 35, now look at it closely. Flaps go down, elevator goes down. See? But I don't know if that 35, it doesn't seem to be corresponding on the first click. You know why? That's because this is 0, this is down, this is up, okay? So then I don't know if we need to do a negative on this. Okay, so we need that to be plus. Oops, clear to go back to 0, and then we'll do plus, okay? So, takeoff flaps, landing flaps. You see how that changed? Mm-hmm. Okay? So I'm gonna set these, let's do like 10. Whoops, too fast. And then let's do this one as 10 more, okay? So 10, 10. I don't see it. Mm-mm. So let's do 10, let's do 20, 10. Doesn't have any change on the first one. So let's go way up. So there's 27. Yeah, that moves down. Then that moves down further. So we'll do 10 and we'll do 20. So guys, this is how you learn to do stuff. You got to guess and check a little bit. Down and then not down. See, it didn't go down any further. It goes down, then not down. So there's something about this one being higher. Down, then down further. You see that?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna do, let's do 15 and then we'll do 10. Because basically I want to go down a little bit further. Down, down. Might just be sticky too. Up, down. See, I don't see it moving on that first one. What the heck?
Would you have to do 2 mixes, like one for each?
Excuse me. Oh, yeah,
Setting of
you could do that. You could do that, that's a good idea. Okay, so we'll do that. And then do they have anything about delay? No, I don't. So we'll just go back. Good idea, camera crew. On, so the master is gonna be auxiliary 1. Then the slave is gonna be elevator, and it's gonna be click to clear, and then click to, dang it. Click to clear. So this one would add another 10. Down. No, that's just gonna mix both. Mm. So this has to be switch on, SA, no, that's SE. So I want it to be SE. And there's, see how there's an up and a down there? Here, I'll unhook this thing. See how there's an SE? So what I want to do is I want to make SE, but then I can't change the condition of that. Okay, so yeah, that's not going to do anything, is it? I don't think it's going to do anything. So I'm just going to clear all these and just clear that. That turns it off. Okay, so on this one, then you get the downward correction. You don't get any correction on takeoff. So let's just go up higher and see what happens here. See, it's already moving because I'm in that position, okay? So I don't want any correction in that position. I want correction in this position. See, it drops it down there, but not, see, it only drops it when you bring it forward of 0. Crap, how do you do that? We'll pause it and see if we can figure it out real quick.
Okay.
Okay, guys, so I figured out my trick. First of all, remember how we didn't have the elevator level and we needed to do some sort of a trim? I figured out how to fix it. It was a happy accident. So rate 2 means when your stick is back all the way. I have programmable mix 1 on switch is on, meaning I'm not associated to the switch, I'm associated to auxiliary 1. Then the slave, or the thing that impacts change, is auxiliary 1, which is tied to the switch. Then the output is elevator. Okay, so when it's back, we have that neutral. When these flaps go down, it drops down a little bit. It is not delayed, unfortunately, okay? And then when this drops down further, it goes further, see? Just like you would on any other elevator mix. So, as a result, what I want to do is I want to go back to my servo delay, which is, where is that? Is that under model parameter? Servo delay, and I want to change this delay from 10 to like 5. So that way it's a little bit slower to constitute the change here, okay? So normally when you put the flaps on, your plane is gonna balloon when they're inboard flaps. And that balloon can really make your plane fly poorly, and then you have like a pilot fatigue where you're always trying to do weird things to correct for stupid adjustments. So in this case, just like I would on my Horizon setup or my Spectrum setup, I would take and pull it back once, that's takeoff, and I pull it back again and that's landing, okay? So instead of just ballooning, the plane just slows down, almost like putting brakes on, and then you land. Okay, so now we test elevator up, down, flaps up, down, flaps up, down, everything's working. Roll left, roll right, yaw left, yaw right. Everything is working there. Then we have the stabilizer should be on right now. I believe it's active all the time. It's not like a, okay, up, down, left, right, left, right. I'm looking at the wheel, up, down. Okay, so the stabilizer is working, the gains are set. We have our expo in the middle setting, and we have the ability to turn off gyro, off, and safe, or not safe, but sensor, it's gonna auto level. Yep, auto leveling, pass, yep. Auto leveling, the easiest way to check is to put the plane upside down. So we're gonna start in gyro only. Everything is set. So now my last step, of course, is to switch batteries out because now we've done this long enough. I'm gonna show you exactly how we're configured for this. This is a 4S pack. We're using a 4S Spectrum 30C. I have a voltage alarm on it just because I don't know how all the telemetry works on this thing yet, and I'm still working it out. Everything is set. This wire sits on top of everything. It's very easy to get the wires in here. I thought it was gonna be a humongo pain, but it's actually turned out to be really good. So we'll pause and I'll get this hooked up. Okay, so since we didn't show this before, this will of course be the very end of the video. Yesterday was a very frustrating process putting this thing together. It was not enjoyable, but it's together now and it looks like it's a pretty good plane. I kind of have to remember, sometimes these planes go together really poorly and sometimes they go together really smooth, but really at the end of the day, what I'm after is a plane that's well built, that's strong enough to fly, and that flies well, okay? If it flies well when it's done, all is forgiven. If it flies like crap when it's done, then nothing is forgiven. And I don't forget, ever. Okay, so we've got the cells ready to go. Obviously, this is set to alarm at a certain point, which I think I have it set to 3.5 volts. I felt like that went in easier last time. It did. Okay, so that's in there. The CG's already been checked, and this just goes in, and I have to be a little bit careful because my decals are just garbagey on this. Everything else is great. Our decals got screwed up. So that being said, oh, there's some telemetry there. Okay, so you can see the telemetry. I can't really see. So you can set a voltage alert, voice vibra, voice. I want to do a minimum voltage. So this is 4S. So what would 4S be? I'm just going to get a calculator and set this right now. So if I want this to go off at the same time as my beeper, then I have it set to 3.5 per cell. So 3.5 times 4 would be 14 volts. So I'm going to set this to alarm at 14 volts DC. Good lordy, it takes a long time to scroll in. Okay, so 13, so we'll set it to 14. Boy, that thing is slow. See that? It's still going up. See how it's slow? Okay, so 14, and I don't care about maximum, but that's fine. So we'll do voice.
Downlink information 0.
Okay.
Voltage
You hear how it's giving me a warning?
Voltage. Near transmitter set. Function set.
Timer set 1, download history, downlink history.
History.
That's like our telemetry stuff, I believe.
Function set.
Okay.
Transmitter.
Well, anyway, like I said, I'm not going to mess with that because I don't want to have to deal with the problems. So from the home screen, you can scroll left and right. See, nothing happens. I hit clear, and then there's the downlink information.
Voltage set.
So I'm going to set this to 0 because I don't want it giving me alarms the whole time. And then you see that? It's got 0.4 meters on there. Yeah, it would be able to do some sort of a vario, you would think. See that? It's at 2 meters. That's pretty cool. And then the kilometers an hour. Max speed, voice, vibra. So you can set a min speed and a max speed. That's really nice. And then what's this? Distance, you can do a max distance. And then you can not go down to the bottom part. Probably because we don't have the GPS unit plugged in. Although on this plane, I was thinking about it last night after we were done, and you could have stuck it right in there if you would have waited to put the canopy on till the end, which would have been pretty cool. So anyway, everything is ready to go. So we're gonna actually get packed up and we're gonna go fly this thing. We hope you enjoy. Obviously, this is all coming to you at the very end of the video. It was frustrating putting it together, but I hope it flew really good. I really hope it flew really good.